Wonderful. That's bruising. Oh, I'll stay. Yo, brothers. Yeah, they coast. Yeah. Well. Yeah, you know we ain't gon' fold under pressure, man. Wanna be perfect, shit 13th, that's me. We keep it righteous, stack the codes on the devil's head. Don't do the world, it's the tough, what we do instead. I'm a Yahuwah fanatic. Shout out to all the Yahuwah fanatics. I'm a Yahuwah fanatic. Shout out to all the Yahuwah fanatics. Yeah, this 613 was supreme, I ain't. Every that part, take them dead extreme. Known for the hook, call me Young Kareem. Scripts any boy, yeah, it's all esteem. Mindset free, 9 years out the trap. All this winning, let me run me a lap. Script hot, we don't even call it rap. First fruit, everything, y'all get scraps. Made in his image, look at all these nails. Really about the goodness, how I live, no cap. Stand on this, I ain't taking no crap. Fortified house, they come with no couch. Big Bruce flag, keep it negative, mad. You hate what I call, then you going out bad. Give it to you, that's how we brag. Couldn't do without him, I was almost dead. No more crowd, not stand alright. Straight by living with the folly on nice. Nothing ain't free, everything got a price. Out here working, trying to earn me some life. Campaign for peace, they can keep they straight. Stay away from sin, cause the beast gon' bite. Y'all know the wicked get no invite. Things of the world really not my type. Cause every time that I dress down, you know I be who would never let down. Careful with the way, boy, you might drown. We ain't with the argument, pipe down. Love in the air, really right now. Clean with the tool, that's a wipe down. You know this brew ain't the average. Whatever it is, I'ma manage. Yeah, you know we ain't gon' fold under pressure, man. Wanna be perfect, shit 13th, that's a thing. We keep it righteous, stack the codes on the devil's head. Don't do the world, it's the tough, what we do instead. I'm a Yahuwah fanatic. Shout out to all the Yahuwah fanatics. I'm a Yahuwah fanatic. Shout out to all the Yahuwah fanatics. Shout out to all the Yahuwah fanatics. Shout out to all the Yahuwah fanatics. Yeah, you know we ain't gon' fold under pressure, man. Wanna be perfect, shit 13, that's a man. We keep it righteous, stack the codes on the devil's head. Don't do the world, it's the tough, what we do instead. I'm a Yahuwah fanatic. Shout out to all the Yahuwah fanatics. I'm a Yahuwah fanatic. Shout out to all the Yahuwah fanatics. Yeah, for real. Mind coach. I'm on my 613. Yeah. Woo. No way. He ain't even gotta guess. Yeah, that way. Yeah, who hit the bed? No way. Yeah, he ain't gotta guess. Yeah, that way. Yeah, who hit the bed? Yeah, yeah, who hit the bed? Yeah, who hit the bed? No way, he ain't even gotta get. You know who I came with? Yeah, who hit the bed? Who every time keep tour on my mind, yeah, I'm working on me day. I'm telling my brothers it's the way, but they wanna play the corner champ, babe. Yeah, I ain't never talking about the sack, just lend me a ear, how you pay? Putting these feet on the water, don't you know the heavy wind don't faze me? Huff and puff all you want. Talk the truth, what they don't like. Chase the wind all you want. Youngin' gotta live his own life. Gotta run across they mind. You know I gotta try one time. Handing out the light to the meat, yeah. Even if it costs me mine. Living in the hands of your hood. I'm standing in the open for the viewers. Only do the will, I'm a falcon. Taking on my role in a bottle. Yeah. What these folks thinking, yeah, I'm cool with the work. I ain't never had it easy. I'm trusting in Yahuwah with my all, because I know that he will never leave. Been involved with the worst. I thank the Father for the mercy. 9 days is the worst. I'm never hungry, never thirsty. Tour got me feeling like a winner. Bread, meat, that's for dinner. Quiet when I shoot like a film. Parables to a sinner. No way, no way, no way. He ain't even gotta guess. Yeah, that way. Yahuwah hit the bed. No way, yeah, he ain't gotta guess. Yeah, that way. Yahuwah hit the bed. Yeah, Yahuwah hit the bed. Yeah, Yahuwah hit the bed. No way, he ain't even gotta guess. You know who I came with? Yahuwah hit the bed. Yeah, Yahuwah hit the bed. Yeah, Yahuwah hit the bed. No way, he ain't even gotta guess. You know who I came with? Yahuwah hit the bed. Yeah.
You dig? Purchased that. Bought her a Bible, not a Birkin bag. Shawty asked me to go where, man, where them churches at? Jezebel, she got that spirit, I ain't flirting back. Once God bring you out that way, you won't double back. Shawty asked me what I bang, I told Shawty that I'm a Jesus disciple. Matter of fact, his biggest sniper, I walk through the hood with my hand on the Bible. Sick in the lost, preaching the word up in Cali, they thinking I'm a 49. I'm calling for ball, cause I be shooting those scripts at the devil like I'm in the final. Step on the ops, I got the devil head under my heel, I feel like Tyreek. Tell him come shop, you want salvation, that's cool, I'm knowing who got it for free. This ain't a Glock, they call it a KJV, hit harder than the 223. For Christ, I'm a dog, I'm just the one they containment, the one they couldn't keep on the leash. Finna pop out with B3 like the heat, man, they thinking I'm fresh off the beach. Come on. JC really paid for my sins, you look at me, you see a walking receipt. Too many losses that I done took in my life, you would think that I lived on the bleachers. Priest to the streets, dropping the word on the block, get it hot like a chicken fajita. Pulling no deep, and we don't saving no souls, when we spend it, we doubling back. Yahweh the King, I run to his prison like Christian McCaffrey, they think I'm the Flash. I was on E, I just let Jesus take over the wheel like I'm catching the cab. She can't be with me, if she can't pray fast to read, but instead she'll ask for a bag. You trim. Purchase that, bought her a Bible, not a Birkin bag. Shawty asked me to go where, man, where them churches at? Jezebel, she got that spirit, I ain't flirting back. Once God bring you out that way, you won't double back. Shawty asked me what I bang, I told Shawty that I'm a Jesus disciple. Matter of fact, his biggest sniper, I walk through the hood with my hand on the Bible. Sick in the lost, preaching the word up in Cali, they thinking I'm a 49. I'm calling for ball, cause I be shooting those scripts at the devil like I'm in the finals.
Don't play.
You dig? Purchased that, bought her a Bible, not a Birkin bag. Shawty asked me to go where, man, where them churches at? Jezebel, she got that spirit, I ain't flirting back. Once God bring you out that way, you won't double back. Shawty asked me what I bang, I told Shawty that I'm a Jesus disciple. Matter of fact, his biggest sniper, I walk through the hood with my hand on the Bible. Sick in the lost, preaching the word up in Cali, they thinking I'm a 49. I'm calling for ball, cause I be shooting those scripts at the devil like I'm in the final. Step on the ops, I got the devil head under my heel, I feel like Tyreek. Tell him come shop, you want salvation, that's cool, I'm knowing who got it for free. This ain't a Glock, they call it a KJV, hit harder than the 223. For Christ, I'm a dog, I'm just the one they containment, the one they couldn't keep on the leash. Finna pop out with B3 like the heat, man, they thinking I'm fresh off the beach. JC really paid for my sins, you look at me, you see a walking receipt. Too many losses that I done took in my life, you would think that I lived on the bleachers. Priest to the streets, dropping the word on the block, get it hot like a chicken fajita. Pulling no deep, and we don't saving no souls, when we spend it, we doubling back. Yahweh the King, I run to his prison like Christian McCaffrey, they think I'm the Flash. I was on E, I just let Jesus take over the wheel like I'm catching the cab. She can't be with me, if she can't pray fast to read, but instead she'll ask for a bag. You trim. purchased that. Bought her a Bible, not a Birkin bag. Shawty asked me to go where, man, where them churches at? Jezebel, she got that spirit, I ain't flirting back. Once God bring you out that what, you won't double back. Shawty asked me what I bang, I told Shawty that I'm a Jesus disciple. Matter of fact, his biggest sniper, I walk through the hood with my hand on the Bible. Sick in the lost, preaching the word up in Cali, they thinking I'm a 49. I'm calling for ball, cause I be shooting them scripts at the devil like I'm in the finals.
Yes, sir. Be shooting them scripts like I'm in the finals. Be shooting them scripts at the devil like I'm in the finals. Shabbat shalom, family. Welcome back to another edition of Freestyle Friday. We back at it again on another Shabbat night. And tonight, this is gonna be sort of like a part 2 from last week of be not ignorant in anything, whether a great matter or a small, right? And a lot of people hear terms thrown around in the world like Illuminati, Black Pope and secret societies and things of that nature. And a lot of people kind of like write it off. And, there's conspiracy theory and there's a myth and we don't believe that because we've never seen or heard of anybody professing or claiming or really talking about this stuff. Well, if that were the case, it wouldn't be a secret. You're not supposed to know about it. They're not supposed to tell you about it. Anybody that's in one of these secret societies is not supposed to come out and say, raise their hand, hey, I'm in so-and-so and so-and-so, but shh, it's a secret. Don't tell anybody. So you have to go digging and you have to dive a little deep to uncover the mysteries of these people who are behind the scenes, controlling the people who are behind the scenes, controlling your television, your cable TV programs. I'm talking about your Netflix and your CBS and your NBC and your ESPN and your TNT, right? All your entertainment, even your theme parks. I'm not going to get into this particular family tonight, but a lot of people don't know that Disney, the Disney family, is one of the bloodline Illuminati families. Right? All your stores, from gas stations, Exxon, BP, 7-Eleven, all right, Kroger, Walmart, all your main chain, your big chain market stores are controlled by these, I ain't gonna say hidden, but unknown families behind the scenes of the behind the scenes. And when you go and look it up, you get the names of the 12 or 13 bloodline Illuminati families, right? You're not going to see a lot of people with those specific and particular names because, with marrying, most of the times they marry each other. And a lot of times they inbreed. And their names change throughout the generations. You might have somebody that's a Bundy, or that started off as a Bundy, will end up as a Brown or Taylor or something like that. Right? So don't get it twisted. We even see in our, I ain't gonna say our, but in this nation right here, right? The supremacists, the white supremacists who called themselves the Ku Klux Klan back in the day, they were the men of power. In those days, in the days of slavery, right? They were the men who were the judges, the dentists, the lawyers, the store owners, your foremen, your plumbers, your welders, your train conductors, your pilots, right? Your engineers. They were all of that. And guess what? Still the same today. Still the same today. Yeah, they may have a little desegregation, right? Because the slaves were freed and, we were allowed to work here and work there. But they still controlling. They still controlling. Same people, right? We're going to get into it. We're going to really be focusing on one particular bloodline Illuminati family, because they tell you it's 12, but it's actually 13. Right? And we're going to talk about the Knights Templar. We're going to talk about this secret order called the Prairie of Sion. Right? And I've spoken about these things before, but it's just on me to rehash and bring these things back up, because I don't think a lot of people, when they hear these things, they turn off the video and that's it. They turn off the video and the search into the mystery is over. Don't share it. Don't share the video to anybody on their social media or in their family or, co-worker, friend, or whatever. They don't share it. And then once the video is over, no more study goes into the mystery. It's like these powerful lessons my elder have been bringing out with this deep dive into Psalms chapter 119. A lot of people, they'll tune in and be in the chat on the live stream, watching the lesson and listening to it, probably not taking no notes, not writing down the scriptures that's being read. And once the video goes off, that's it. It's like it's no more furtherance of understanding. So these things have to be revisited. And this is what I'm doing tonight. I'm revisiting this right here. So first thing I'm gonna touch on is the Knights Templar. A lot of people don't know what the Knights Templar is, so I'm gonna give a quick rundown, and I'm gonna try not to be so long-winded because I got a lot to read and a few videos to go through, right? So this is a quick Google search right here. Let me share my screen. Quick Google search. This is Wikipedia on the Knights Templar, right? Excuse me. It says the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, mainly known as the Knights Templar, was a military order of the Catholic faith and one of the most important military orders in Western Christianity. Now, where in the scripture did the Messiah tell any of the apostles to form a military? All right, it says they were founded in 1118 to defend pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem. To Jerusalem. What Hebrew Israelite was professing in those days to be a Catholic? They were slaves. He says they were founded in 1118 to defend pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem, with their headquarters located there on the Temple Mount. It existed for nearly 2 centuries during the Middle Ages, right? These people, this is why there's so much war going on over there in the land right now. There's a battle between Israel, Palestine, the Muslims, and the Christians, quote unquote, right? Both are offshoot of the Catholic Church. And right now, the Muslim is alleged, the Muslim mosque that's over there right now is alleged to be built on the Temple Mount. And the war that they're waging is not for an imaginary line, right? Because Palestine is really Israel and yada, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Whatever the lies that they tell you they're fighting over on TV and in the newspaper and on news channels, it's not what they're really fighting over control of the Temple Mount. Because the people over there know, right? The imposters over there know. I'm gonna call them imposter lights, right? Because they're not Israelites, they're imposter lights, right? They know that if they tear down the mosque right now, as it is, with that borderline being in Palestine, in the declaration, in the agreements that they have in order for that mosque to be where it is on the Temple Mount, there will be all-out war. There will be a Muslim and Judaism war. All out. So guess what? They have to fight it out. And guess what? This fight is not going to end. It's not going to end in a simple peace treaty. They're going to fight it out until other countries and other nations get involved. Right? Until the Most High. Let me read this. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with my Blue Letter Bible. It just will not pull up for whatever reason. Let me try it again. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. Here we go. Let me blow this up a little bit. All right, Ezekiel chapter 38. Where you at? Sure it is. Ezekiel 38. All right, Ezekiel 38 and verse 1. And it reads, and the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him, and say, Thus saith the Most High Yah, behold, I am against thee, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and I will turn thee back and put hooks into thy jaws and bring thee forth, and all thine army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords, Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya with them. All of them with shield and helmet. All of them with shield. They got bucklers. They got shields. They got swords. They ride horses. It's an army. They got helmets, right? This sounds like somebody's being prepared for war, right? It says Gomer and all his bands, the house of Togarmah of the north quarters, and all his bands, and many people with thee. Be thou prepared, and prepare thou thyself, thou and all thy company that are assembled unto thee, and be thou a guard unto them. After many days, thou shalt be visited in the latter years. What? This sound like the last days. In the latter years, thou shalt come into the land that is brought back from the sword, the land that is brought back from the sword and is gathered out of many people. It's a lot of people over there that's not the people that are supposed to be in that land whom it was promised to, right? Against the mountains of Israel, which have been always waste. That's a whole nother topic. Right? Which have always been waste, but it is brought forth out of the nations, and they shall dwell safely, all of them. Israel gonna dwell safely in these days, in the land, in the latter years, right? But there are nations that's going to be risen up to come against Israel, who is dwelling safely, that has been brought back from the sword. Right? Verse 9, it says, thou shalt ascend and come like a storm. Thou shalt be like a cloud to cover the land, thou and all thy bands and many people with thee. Right? They won't be by themselves. Psalms 83. It's going to be a conglomerate of nations coming against Israel. Thus saith the Most High Yah, it shall come to pass that at the same time shall things come into thy mind, and thou shalt think an evil thought. And thou shalt say, I will go up to the land of unwalled villages. I will go to them that are at rest, that dwell safely, all of them dwelling without walls and having neither bars nor gates, to take a spoil and to take a prey, to turn thy hand upon the desolate places that are now inhabited, upon the people that are gathered out of the nations which have gotten cattle and goods that dwell in the midst of the land. Right? Y'all go and read the rest of it. I ain't gonna go into that because that's, they can turn into a whole lesson right there. Right? Y'all go and read that. But the sum of the matter is, right, there's gonna be a false sense of peace, but it's not really gonna be peace between Israel and Palestine. That false sense of peace is going to come from the Antichrist. All right, do your research, do your homework on the Antichrist. Right? It says, back on the Knights Templar, it says, officially endorsed by the Catholic Church by such decrees as the Papal Bull Omne Datum Optimum of Pope Innocent. It ain't nothing innocent about this Pope. Pope Innocent II, the Templars became a favorite charity throughout Christendom and grew rapidly in membership and power. The Templar Knights, in their distinctive white mantles with a red cross, were among the most skilled fighting units of the Crusades. Right? They were prominent in Christian finance, non-combatant members of the order who made up as much as 90% of their members, managed a large economic infrastructure throughout Christendom. They developed innovative financial techniques that were an early form of banking. An early form of banking, building a network of nearly 1,000 commanderies and fortifications across Europe and the Holy Land. I want y'all to pay attention to this right here. It's right here, right? It's Red Cross. This Red Cross. Let me show y'all something real quick. What does Roth, how you spell it? Rothschild mean in German? Bam! Red Shield or Red Cross. Let y'all know. And if you don't know, The Rothschilds own all the world banks. All right. Now that we know a little bit about the Knights Templars, let's go learn a little more about the Knights Templars. All right. Let's watch this 39-minute video. Y'all got time, right? We got time. Y'all probably sleep anyway. But pay attention. You watch the rebroadcast, pay attention. If you're watching now and you up, you can pay attention. You ain't sleepy. Listen up.
Welcome to the Midnight Archives, where the secrets of the past come to life in the shadows of the night. Here, there are no limits to what has been forgotten or what is hidden in plain sight. In each episode, we will reveal what history has tried to bury, one story at a time. Prepare to travel back to a time when conspiracies were the...
You're right. Fair use. Fair use. Any video or music that is played in this video is for edification and education purposes only. We are not looking to monetize or make any personal gain or revenue off anything that is shared or played on this video. Fair use.
The shadows and truths were darker than you ever imagined. Press play and enter the world of the Midnight Archives. The Templars, a secret order that marked medieval history with its extraordinary deeds, but also with a deep mystery that endures to this day. With their meteoric rise during the Crusades, these knights kept secrets that, if revealed, could change everything we know about history. Secrets that involve unimaginable riches, forbidden knowledge, and even truths forgotten by history. Over the centuries, many attempts have been made to discover the true nature of this order. The legend of the Templars mixes with reality in a way that few have dared to explore. And today, we will walk through dark and mysterious corridors in search of the most hidden secrets of this ancient order. Prepare yourself, because the truths we are about to reveal may be more shocking than you imagine. The story of the Knights Templar begins in the heart of the Holy Land in the 12th century, with a group of knights sworn to protect Christian pilgrims as they traveled to Jerusalem. But what many don't know is that these knights had a much deeper, more hidden purpose than simply protecting the Christian faith. What was hidden beneath their golden armor and sacred oaths? The Templars were not only warriors, but also guardians of something far more precious. Some say they were the guardians of a secret hidden deep beneath Jerusalem, a secret as old as Christianity itself, the Holy Grail. But the Grail, as you might imagine, is not just a golden chalice.
If y'all don't know what the Holy Grail is, do your homework on Holy Grail, but I'm going to give you a little background. It's alleged to be the cup that the Messiah poured the wine in and blessed it and gave his disciples and told them to drink, for it was his blood of the new covenant. All right. That's what the Holy Grail is alleged to be. The cup that the disciples drank the blood of the new covenant from. The cup that he blessed. Right? And wish he really didn't bless the cup. He blessed what was in the cup. That's a whole nother story, right? Do your homework on the Holy Grail. Right? And y'all also go and look up this book. It's a book called Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and goes into all of this stuff that I'm about to go into tonight. I would rather not bring that out tonight because we would have to read chapter by chapter in that book, because I wouldn't want y'all to miss anything that is in there. But most high willing, that'll be coming out shortly.
The true Grail, according to some theories, is a hidden knowledge, a wisdom that was lost millennia ago, and that the Templars protected with their lives.
Also, if y'all have watched any movies like the Da Vinci Code, what's it, National Treasure, Angels and Demons, any movies like that, they put all this stuff right in your face, right? Be not ignorant of anything in a great matter or a small. They put it in your face, right? It ain't just conspiracy. They only make it seem like conspiracy because they put it in movies, and that's the first time you hear about it. Now it's a conspiracy because it's only in a movie. That's just stuff in movies. It's fictional. Yeah, it's really real. Just like time travel. But do your homework on time travel.
A deed o tadin, a siuruskisha, dodish for centuries. The Holy Grail was considered a mystical relic.
That's right. That's right, Hebrew. Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones, the Raiders of the Lost Ark, Lost Crusades. Yeah. They put this stuff in these movies. Right? And it's many, 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 many more. Like I said, these people that are behind the scenes, they own the movie production. They own the producers. They own all this stuff, the editing, the publishing, they own it. They own it all. Right?
Steeped in legend and myth. But what if the true Grail was not a golden cup, but something far more powerful? Something that could not be touched, but rather understood. To the Templars, the Grail represented something far more dangerous, an ancient, esoteric spiritual knowledge that, if misinterpreted, could destabilize the entire known world. With every strategic move, every bloody battle, the Templars were getting closer to something greater, a secret so deep that only a select few were allowed to understand it.
And we're going to find out throughout the course of this stream, this secret is about the alleged bloodline of Christ. Yeah. We're going to look into it.
A secret that could shake the foundation of Christianity and even unearth the foundations of civilization itself. But as you might imagine, this secret was not for the eyes of just anyone. It was something to be kept hidden deep within the secret crypts of the Templars. However, it would not be for long that the Templars would be able to keep their truth hidden. In the early 14th century, the order was attacked and decimated by outside forces. King Philip IV of France and Pope Clement V, who feared the growing power of the Knights and the secrets they kept. In 1307, the Templars were arrested, tortured, and forced to reveal their secrets. Some say that before their destruction, the Templars hid something incredibly valuable, something that to this day, no one has been able to find. A key to understanding the world in a whole new way. But what really happened to the Templars? Did they have something that the church and kings didn't want the world to know? Some kind of power that could alter history forever?
And if they did, where is it now? Anybody take a wild guess? Put it in the chat. Where do you think this hidden key to a new level of understanding that could change the world if the secret was revealed. What do y'all think that's hidden it now? Now that there's allegedly no more Knights Templars to protect this, right? And this key to a new level of understanding has been taken from them. Where do you think is hidden it right now? Do your homework.
For the past few decades, historians and treasure hunters have been trying to decipher the mystery of the Templars' lost treasure. Priceless relics, ancient scriptures, mysterious objects. Many believe that everything was hidden somewhere in the world, waiting to be found. But to this day, no one knows for sure where. What if the real treasure was not gold or precious stones, but something even more precious? Hidden knowledge that could change our understanding of history, religion, science, and spirituality. Perhaps the lost treasure is actually a key to open doors to an unknown world, a world where the veil between the real and the supernatural grows thinner. Something that the Templars knew, but could not share with anyone. Although the Knights Templar as a formal organization has disappeared, their legacy lives on to this day. Their influence can be seen in various secret societies, such as the Freemasons and other occult groups. They have in some way perpetuated the teachings and secrets that the Templars guarded, and many believe that these groups are still searching for the lost secret. After all, the Templars were not just knights. They were guardians of ancient knowledge, a knowledge that, if found, could forever alter the course of history. And perhaps the only way to understand their impact is to look at history differently. Not just as a sequence of events, but as a tapestry of secrets that are still waiting to be revealed. Now the real question remains, are the secrets of the Templars lost forever, or are they waiting to be discovered? Could the knowledge they guarded, the truths they concealed, change everything we know about the past, the present, and even the future? As new discoveries emerge and theories emerge, there is no denying that the mystery of the Templars is not completely solved. They have left us clues, fragments of a story that is still being written, and who knows, perhaps you will be one of the chosen few to unravel what lies hidden in the shadows of history. Today, as we delve deeper and deeper into history, we must remember that what we know may only be the tip of the iceberg. The Templars and their secrets are just one part of a much larger puzzle, a puzzle that is still being put together. So, what will
Mike Mutant. We're going to try to put together more pieces of that puzzle tonight. As many pieces as we can. If not the whole puzzle. Because we're not ignorant of Satan's devices. All right, let's go.
will you do with the knowledge we have today? Continue the search for answers, or leave the secrets buried where they belong? The choice is yours. But remember, sometimes the real power lies in knowing when to stop and when to continue the search. The mystery of the Templars is only the beginning. In 1291, the last Christian stronghold in the Holy Land, the city of Acre, was finally conquered by the Muslims. This event marked the end of the Crusades, but not the end of the Templars' quest. Many believe that after the fall of Acre, the true mission of the Knights began. The Templars, with their vast resources and knowledge, were forced to retreat to safer locations where they continued their activities in secret. It is said that before their fall, the Knights already possessed what many call the final secret. And this final quest is said to have taken the Templars to distant lands, beyond the limits of the known world, a never-ending search for an artifact capable of altering the order of things. But what was this artifact? Some say it was something capable of prolonging human life. Others believe it was a key to forbidden knowledge that could rewrite history.
And you often see movies talking about the fountain of youth. You know, they searching for the fountain of youth. I believe in the Pirates of the Caribbean, I forget which part it was, but they were searching for the fountain of youth. Right? And they believe that it is in the Holy Grail. Yeah, the fountain of youth is in the scripture. All right.
Once and for all, one of the most intriguing clues about the Knights Templar lies in a small French village called Rennes-le-Château.
Small French village. We're going to hear a lot about France today. Something going on with France and the French that we need to look into, right? And the Franks. Who are the Franks? Do your homework.
A place that has been shrouded in legend and mystery for centuries. It is said that in the 19th century, a priest named Béranger Saunière made an unexpected discovery in his local church. What he found, or what he believes he found, is still the subject of much speculation. Some claim that Saunière discovered something related to the Knights Templar, perhaps an ancient hidden treasure or a lost inscription that would reveal the secrets guarded by the Order. But what really happened in Rennes-le-Château? What did Saunière really discover? Were the Knights Templar really responsible for hiding humanity's greatest secrets? Or was Saunière merely touching the corner of a much deeper and more complex veil? The riddle of Rennes-le-Château remains unanswered, but for those seeking the truth, it is just another clue in the long journey to understanding the true legacy of the Templars. There are those who believe that before their destruction, the Templars hid a final testament, a document that would detail all of their secret discoveries. This testament, if found, could reveal the purpose behind the entire Order, the true meaning behind the Crusades, the quest for the Grail, and the legacy they sought to protect. Some treasure hunters claim to have found fragments of this lost testament, but to date, no complete version has been discovered. The clues left by these fragments point to far-flung locations, from the subterranean caverns of Jerusalem to the temples hidden in the forests of Europe. These documents, however, are not just material clues. They contain mystical knowledge, symbols, codes, and scriptures that could lead to a forbidden truth, a truth beyond the reach of past generations. They were, in some way, the bearers of a knowledge that, if unlocked, could change everything. And today, many wonder, have the Templars really disappeared? Or are they still among us, hidden in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reveal their ultimate truth? After all, history teaches us that when an organization like the Templars is destroyed, its seeds do not die. They spread and grow in unexpected places. And some believe that the Order never really disappeared at all.
Right.
It simply disguised itself, reintegrating itself into society, waiting for the moment when humanity was ready to discover what had been hidden for centuries. Perhaps the secret of the Templars is not just a reliquary of lost wisdom, but a key to the future, a future in which the secrets of humanity will finally be revealed. And who knows, perhaps we are closer to understanding those secrets than we have ever been before. Along this dark path, we have discovered only a small part of what the Templars truly guarded. But perhaps the greatest mystery is what lies ahead. For like the Templars, we too are only just begin if you love mysteries. Stories lost in time and the sound of truth whispered. Sign up now and be a part of Midnight Archive.
All right, we ain't doing it. All right, we ain't doing it. Y'all go. I'm gonna put this the link to this video in the chat. Y'all can go and watch that whole thing on your own. It's about 39 minutes long. Y'all go and check that out. But right now I'm finna read something, a chapter on the Knights Templars out of this book called The Genesis 6 Conspiracy. Right? I done shared this book on this channel, on these channels a few times up until now. Y'all can go and Google it. I put that in the chat as well. Who is by Gary Wayne. Y'all check that out. Some good information in there. You know, it's really going into the seed of the fallen angels, in which, you know, the Knights Templar fall into that. Right? The offspring of the fallen angels, not the literal offspring, but the spiritual offspring of the fallen angels. All right? So let's get into that. I'm going to read that. It's chapter 56 on page 405 of the book. But before that, I'm going to read this scripture, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, which is at the header of this book, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 9 through 12, and it reads, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause, Yah shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie. What kind of lie? Like the Knights Templars never existed. They don't exist. They not still here today. They don't control this. They don't control that. A lot of people going to believe a lot of lies, especially the damnable lie like the law don't exist, or the law is done away with, or we don't have to keep commandments, or Israel is pale-skinned and they are in the land right now. You don't want to believe it. You're going to be damned by a strong delusion, right? But let's get into this, right? It says, Masonic legacies have inseparably linked themselves to far-off times without adequate explanation through the Knights Templar and the shadowy prairie of Sion. We're going to get into that, right? Prairie of Sion. How were Masons and Templars linked to the deviant Gnostic Christian offshoot? How was this disingenuous Templar founding connected to the little-known Masons, who predate Freemasonry? Mason enclaves were nurturing havens for refugee Gnostics and Rex Deuce. We're going to get into Rex Deuce as well. Be patient, sit tight, and enjoy the show. Follow along. Write these names down. Write these things down and do your own research. You'll be amazed at what you find. Right? It says craft legends recorded Masons participating disproportionately in the Crusades. Masons participating disproportionately in the Crusades compared to other European aristocracy. There can be little doubt Masonic agenda was quite different than the balance of participating Christendom. In 1096, Pope Urban II decreed the First Crusade because Muslims continually assaulted Christian pilgrims. Masonic interests, though, were firmly focused on reclaiming Jerusalem for themselves and plundering away any temple treasure they could pillage. Right? They wanted all the temple relics. The menorah, the table of the showbread, the Ark of the Covenant. But they couldn't. They couldn't get it. Right? Because Jeremiah had hidden all of the original things before Babylon came and destroyed Jerusalem. So guess what? They only got replicas. Right? It says, once the Christian Crusaders retook Jerusalem, an unanticipated new order sponsored by Mason or Rex Deuce organizations was unaccountably ordained by papal bull. This order was, of course, the Knights Templar, which originally consisted of 9 founding members from European aristocracy, although Rex Deuce records indicate there were 11. The original 9 were not the poor, impoverished monks revisionist history would have us believe. All 9 or 11 derived from important royal, Flemish, and French families. Templar historians noted the order was opportunistically created as a ruse to protect Christian pilgrims as they journeyed to Jerusalem. This was an effective cover for the secretive Rex Deuce, Masons, or Essenes. And the Prairie of Sion and their real mission at Jerusalem. Note, you got to do your homework on their real mission. But I'm guessing if we keep reading, we're going to find out. Note, however, the Prairie of Sion was the true power behind the Templars and their occultist agenda. Rome had already charged another order, the Knights of St. John, with the responsibility for the protection of pilgrims. Thus, the Templar order was cloaked under the guise of protecting pilgrims, allowing them to excavate without oversight for secret documents and knowledge hidden beneath the temple ruins. With all this in mind, then, we are compelled to query, who is this mysterious Masonic Order of Sion or Prairie of Sion? What was their true agenda for creating the Knights Templar? In 1975, a Paris bibliothèque, I don't know this word. I'm finna look it up and see what it means. Y'all gonna look it up with me. Hold on. Here. Bam. Let's go here. B-I-B. Hey, where I'm at. L-I-O-T-H-E-Q-U-E. There we go. I need to, how you pronounce them? How do you pronounce it? Pronunciation. Let me get that first. There you go. Bibliotech. Okay. Now we can go back. What does it mean? What does it mean? Bibliothèque in French translate to library in English. Okay. It refers to a place where books, periodicals, and other materials are stored for reading and borrowing. It also refers to a bookcase or shelf unit for storing books. Okay, so your bookshelf could be a bibliothèque. Bibliothèque. Interesting. All right. Right here, back to it. It says in 1975 at Paris's Bibliothèque Nationale, parchments were discovered that became notorious in the Les Dossiers Secrets that identified numerous numbers of an ultra secret brotherhood, the Prairie of Sion. And if you have seen the Da Vinci Code at the end of the movie, they refer to this order that is being spoken of right here, Prairie of Sion. All right. In the next video, we're going to get into that. It says the Prairie of Sion, according to Stephen Sora, is a secret organization existing today that is over 1,000 years old. It has existed under several names during its life. According to Templar author Jean Markel, the Prairie of Sion is thought in many circles to be an ancient order that played a significant role in shaping history. His story, not history, his story. Brown notes the Prairie of Sion was founded in 1099 as a secret society by King Godefroy de Bouillon. After conquering Jerusalem, the Les Dossiers Secrets listed many famous people from history as past Grand Masters. You got Grand Masters in the Masonic Order, and you got Grand Masters in a Ku Klux Klan. How do the two go together? The Les Dossiers Secrets listed many famous people from history as past Grand Masters leading this organization. These included such luminaries as Leonardo da Vinci, Victor Hugo, Robert Flood, Robert Boyle, and Sir Isaac Newton, to name a few. The Prairie is thought to be a secret society protecting ancient secret knowledge and documents. We're going to find out what that secret knowledge and documents are, which they intend to reveal to the world at some specific point in the future. When they intend to reveal it is when I'm not going to give it away. De Bouillon is thought to have created this secret brotherhood because he feared the powerful secret his family had held since the time of Jesus would be lost. The Prairie of Sion is believed to hold the genealogies of Jesus's descendants that would, if revealed to the world, threaten Christianity as we know it today. Why? Why would they threaten Christianity as we know it today? Why? Because they know that there are people out there that actually study the Bible. And they know that they will be called on their lives. Because the Messiah didn't marry, and he didn't have any children physically. So where are these descendants coming from? Let's see. Are they actually his descendants, or did they make them up to put themselves in a holy genealogy? Let's see. One must note for the record, though, to date, no so-called bona fide historical evidence has surfaced to support the suspicion that the Prairie of Sion ever existed. But this so-called lack of evidence seems to be misdirection to me by powerful Rex Deuce families. Let's go on, because we hearing this a lot. Let's go ahead and get what the Rex Deuce is before we move on. What is Rex Deuce? Rex Deuce. Let's go here. Right. Oh, Cult World. All right. Rex Deuce in Latin means king god. King god. According to recent speculative literature, the title held by a group of European aristocratic families allegedly descended from the family lines of the 24 high priests of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem, who took names from Jewish mythology corresponding to their ritual roles. In every generation, therefore, there was a Melchizedek, a Michael, a Gabriel, and so on. No, there wasn't. In the Bible, we only hear of two Melchizedeks, one in Genesis, one in Hebrews. All right. See Temple of Solomon. See Temple of Solomon. Right. The Rex Deuce priesthood allegedly operated two boarding schools in the temple complex, one for boys and one for girls. Right. I don't know why, because women aren't allowed to be priests. There are no priestly laws for women. And had the privilege for ceremonially deflowering girls when they reached childbearing age. The girls would then be married off to husbands. These sound like nuns. The girls would then be married off to husbands who would raise the children as their own. However, the children had to be returned to the temple boarding school on their seventh birthday to receive the priesthood's training and presumably, if female, another helping of their genetic material as well. Jesus is claimed as the result of one such union, fathered by a priest with the ceremonial name of Gabriel. Are y'all reading this stuff? All right. It says, according to the story, the Rex Deuce families escaped the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans in 68 CE and survived as an underground family tradition, surfacing in the early Middle Ages as important families of European aristocracy. I didn't know Israelites were European. I thought they were Hebrews. How a group of Jewish families achieved this feat at a time when other Jews were confined to ghettos and subject to harsh persecution is not clear. Several founders of the Knights Templar were alleged members of Rex Deuce families. And the same families played a crucial role in the origins of the Freemasons and a variety of other currently popular historical events. The Sinclair family of Scotland is inevitably cited as one of the Rex Deuce families. The extensive surviving documentation of the ancient Jewish priesthood, ranging from the Old Testament to the writings of the Roman historian Josephus, contains no trace of the supposed Rex Deuce tradition, or for that matter, of 24 high priests in the temple. And many of the claims made for the Rex Deuce priesthood include drastic violations of Jewish religion law. The evidence for the existence of the Rex-Deuce families, on the other hand, consist of unsupported claims made to the co-author of a book on the subject after a lecture on Rosslyn Chapel. This has not prevented the story from being repeated as fact in a number of other books on the subject of Christian origins. See also, y'all see that Christian origins, Jesus of Nazareth, Rosslyn Chapel, Freemasonry, Knights Templar, Sinclair family, right? We're going to get back to it, right? Throw a 7 in the chat if y'all understand, y'all following along, y'all get what I'm saying, and it's making sense to you. This stuff is deeper than what we see on the surface level. It's much more deeper, right? And not saying, right, please believe you me. I'm not here telling you tonight that any of this information that I share tonight is going to lead to your eternal salvation. But this information tonight may uncover some mysteries to help you fight against the rulers of the darkness of this world, and also tear down the kingdom of Satan by revealing these secrets and revealing these truths of these people operating in the shadows under these secret satanic orders. These are the same people that teach the people who taught us that laws are done away with. They teach us, oh, you'll be forgiven. All you need to do is repent and ask for forgiveness. And then next week, do the same thing. These very same people. Right? I'm going to pick this back up. It says, one must note for the record, though, to date, no so-called bona fide historical evidence has surfaced to support the suspicion that the Prairie of Sion ever existed, but this so-called lack of evidence seems to be misdirection to me by powerful Rex-Deuce families. Additionally, Plantard, the last known Grand Master of the Prairie, has admitted to creating and planting the Laodicean secrets forgery. However, as noted by Gnostic writers and seemingly from inside information, Plantard resigned from the Prairie in 1984 due to the Laodicean secrets controversy, so his admission to creating forgeries was, in my opinion, misdirection and perhaps an endeavor to save his life. There appears to exist a disproportionate quantity of Masonic and Gnostic patronage endorsing the authenticity of the Prairie of Sion and its history that admits that there seem to be many accurate details and truths in the forgeries, leading one to ask, where did Plantard get his information? And we're going to, once we dive into the Prairie of Sion, we're going to learn who Plantard is. Right? It says one wonders whether or not this information is now at work with regard to Plantard and the Prairie. The objective of this secret society has been to nurture and protect these alleged bloodlines of Jesus. Those few members, this is the kicker. I'm going to start this from the top. The objective of this secret society of the Prairie of Sion has been to nurture, raise up, take care of, and protect, guard, and help these alleged bloodlines of Jesus. Who are the alleged bloodlines of Jesus? Those few members of the Merovingian bloodline who have survived into our age. Y'all think I'll be just coming over this? It's just, conspiracy. Tuvi crazy, man. He be going out the wall. He just be pulling ish out of his butt. No, we connecting dots over here. It's one of my favorite puzzles as a child. Connecting dots. Used to love it. We connecting dots and unveiling or revealing mysteries that we need to. We're going to find out some about this Merovingian bloodline that's going to blow your mind. Why is there a secret order needed to nurture and protect this specific surviving members of this family? What's so special about them? Let's keep reading. Stephen Sora believes the Knights Templar were organized to conceal the true motives of the Order of Sion for their true motive was to reestablish the kingship of Jerusalem with French bloodlines, descending from Jesus and Mary Magdalene. What? You mean to tell me that's why she was the first one at the tomb? Because that was her husband? Man, get out of here. Get out of here. Y'all not finna play with my master, my king, my Messiah, my Lord and Savior like that. Stop the cap. This is why, And guess what? Over here it says, hold on. It said these Le Dossier secrets listed many famous people from history as past grandmasters leading this organization, leading the Imperial Sion, including such luminaries as Leonardo da Vinci. Wait a minute. Who painted the image of Christ? Blow your mind. Blow your mind. Blow your mind. What's that first name right there? The image of Jesus has been painted by many artists throughout history, including Leonardo da Vinci. One of the most well-known paintings of Jesus is Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper. Let me see what Jesus looks like on his Last Supper. I'll blow that up real quick. Blow it up real quick. Well, let me zoom in. Let me see if I can zoom all the way in. Does he look like a Frenchie to you? This is supposed to be the Messiah right here. Don't they look like a Frenchie to you? They look like a Frenchman. This don't look like a Hebrew. This don't look like an Israelite. This don't look like somebody that grew up in Israel. This don't look like nobody that grew up in the Middle East. This don't look like nobody that's olive colored. This don't look like nobody that has feet as if they burned in a furnace. This don't look like nobody with woolly hair. This look like a Frenchie. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I might be tripping. I hope y'all got time because we gonna be here. We gonna be here. I ain't got nothing else to do. All my family is asleep. I ain't got nothing else to do. I ain't got nowhere to go tomorrow. I ain't got nothing else to do. So I hope y'all riding with me. Cause we in it for the long haul, baby. All right. All praise, glory, and honor to the Most High. Boy, I got the AC on and I'm sweating. All right. Where I'm at? I'm gonna start this over. It says there appears to exist a disproportionate quantity of Masonic and Gnostic patronage endorsing the authenticity of the Prairie of Zion and its history that make it difficult to discount its existence. No, this ain't where I was at. It is where I was at. Okay. To this end, Sylvia Brown also admits that there seem to be many accurate details and truths in the forgeries, leading one to ask, where did Plantard get his information? One wonders whether or not this information is now at work with regard to Plantard and the Prairie. The objective of this secret society has been to nurture and protect these alleged bloodlines of Jesus, those few members of the Merovingian bloodline who have survived into our age. Stephen Sora believes the Knights Templar were organized to conceal the true motives of the Order of Sion. For their true motive was to reestablish the kingship of Jerusalem with French bloodlines descending from Jesus and Mary Magdalene. The Templars were, therefore, known as the guardian princes of the royal secret. What is the secret? That the Merovingians are allegedly the bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. That's that secret. That video we just watched was talking about. That if revealed, it would destroy history. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It would only destroy their objective. It would only destroy their deception to bring about a French Messiah, the Antichrist. It would only reveal what the Antichrist is going to look like, who is already probably here, waiting behind the scenes patiently for prophecy to be fulfilled in the perfect time for him to be revealed. Coming to a theater near you. Pay attention. And stay girded, Israel. Get in your book. Stay in your book. And avoid these distractions. Not telling you not to live your life. Not telling you not to have fun. Not telling you not to enjoy the benefits of your labor. But don't be so distracted by the world and with the world that you don't see what's going on in the world. Right? Let's keep reading. It says, where I'm at. It says Gardner further added, boy, I got a lot to read, boy. This boy. Woo! Gardner further added that the main objective to the newly sanctioned Templar order was to excavate and retrieve the Templar treasures, the knowledge and treasures of the Essenes. You got Negroes out here calling themselves Essenes, but they are linked to a Masonic order. Like the Knights Templar in the Prairie of Sion. See, that's why Negroes is reading out of the OASP. Because they're Gnostics. They don't believe the Bible. And I'm led to believe that these Negroes never really did. No matter how powerful their teachings were. They were Gnostics. They were Gnostics then, and they Gnostics now. Moving on. It says the knowledge and treasures of the Essenes, Solomon, Egypt, Moses, Egypt, Hermes, and the antediluvians. De Bouillon met with Calabrian monks to revive the ancient order of Sion and plot the establishment of the Templars. Calabrian monks were initiated into Pythagorean philosophy. All right, y'all know the Pythagorean theory, however you pronounce it, Pythagorean theory, right? This philosophy, which is Gnosticism. Thereafter, a conclave of Calabrians arrived in Jerusalem around 1090 CE. Gardner goes on to note that the Templars discovered surviving books from the Library of Alexandria, Essene works predating the life of Jesus, and a wealth of other treasures and knowledge. Right? I got a whole, man, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more pages to read. We'll be on here all night, but I got so much more that I want to get into. So much more. And this is just on the Knights Templar. Right? But I'll revisit this because I don't want to make this no, you know what I'm saying, 7-8 hour video. I will do it. Y'all know I will do it. Right? But we're going to move on to the Prairie of Sion. We found out who the Rex Dukes were. We know who the Knights Templars were and their hidden agenda and their secret they are protecting that they don't want to be revealed is that they are allegedly guarding the secret that the Merovingian bloodline is the bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Right? So let's go on, dive in a little deeper, into the Prairie of Sion. All right, let me see if I got this pulled up. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, right here. Right here. Let's play this. All right. Y'all hanging there with me.
The Freemasons, Rosicrucians, Illuminati, orders known to mankind that probably still dictate some of the most important events in the world, standing in the shadows. Whether it's a mystery of their rituals, the intrigue of their secret activities, or the occult knowledge they carry over the centuries, these orders and brotherhoods continue to captivate our imagination with their mystery. Get to where they are today, the New World Order conspiracy and the fate of human civilization. Behind all this stands a mystery called the Order of Sion, a secret society founded in the 11th century that played an essential role in preserving certain esoteric knowledge.
Who are you?
There have been many names. God.
There go that movie. There go that movie.
Guardians. The Priory of Sion.
The hold on, the what?
Guardians.
Who are you?
There have been many names. Guardians. The Priory of Sion. Many names. Guardians. The Priory of Sion.
Huh? And that girl that he's with is alleged to be the last surviving family member of the Merovingian bloodline. She's the final member. I'm actually gonna go watch that movie. Actually gonna go watch that movie. They put this stuff right in your face. And we've been lulled to sleep for so long, they don't expect us to uncover or these mysteries to be revealed to us. But guess what, heathen? The Most High is pouring out his spirit in the earth today. And those hidden things are being revealed to his servants. And we gonna destroy the kingdom of darkness with the light of the Lord. Hallelujah. Let's get back to it.
The Order of Zion is believed to be dedicated to the mystical bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene and the sacred teachings passed down to their descendants, and is credited with creating the Knights Templar. But did the Order of Zion really exist? How was it created? Were its members initiated into ancient secret knowledge, mysteries, and spiritual beliefs? We will try to find out together in the new episode of Secret Origins. Welcome. The Order of Zion is shrouded in mystery and not much is known about it. Because of the limited and conflicting information about it, its very existence has long been doubted, and the alleged activities it engaged in are often overlooked. This secret brotherhood gained attention and fame only a few decades ago, in 1982, after it was featured in several books and documentaries, including the book The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail by researcher.
Mention that book. Y'all go check that out. Y'all see that right there. The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail. I guess by Michael Bajan, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln. Some excellent information. Excellent information into what's going on behind the scenes. Excellent. Right? Check it out. Add that to your studies.
Michael Bajan and the
Holy Blood. The Holy Blood is also referring to the Holy Blood is also referring to the blood of the Messiah, and the Holy Grail is referring to the cup or the chalice, the chalice that was used for the blood to be drunk out of, right? Where he told his disciple, "This is my blood, drink for the New Testament." Right. Allegedly. We don't know that. We don't know where this cup was, where it went, if it had been destroyed. We don't know. But they claim to have it. Or they claim to they probably do have it. Who knows? But they put it in movies that they've been looking for this Holy Grail, or they are on search for this Holy Grail in plenty of movies. Right? And this is what it's all about. Some of the matter is they trying to reveal or keep hidden what lineage or what bloodline the Antichrist is going to come through. But we're going to reveal that today.
Da Vinci Code by Dan Brown, also known as the Priore di Sion. This old and highly influential order has been led by a series of Grand Masters, including such notables as Leonardo da Vinci, Victor Hugo, and Isaac Newton. The main source of information about the Order of Zion is a series of documents that were deposited in the National Library in Paris in the 1960s and which, taken together, are known as the secret dossiers. Most of the works included there relate to the Merovingian dynasty and revolve around the famous mystery of Rennes-le-Chateau. Rennes-le-Chateau is a small village in the south of France, in the Languedoc region, which became famous in 1885 when the priest Béranger Saunier discovered old scrolls in the local church that contained a valuable secret.
And when you do your homework, on the Franks, you'll understand that this is one of the 10 horns mentioned in the book of Daniel, right? On the fourth beast. This is one of the 10 horns in the book of Daniel on the fourth beast, right? Where 3 of the horns were broken off, right? The 3 horns that were broken off were the Ostrogoths, the Heruli, and the Vandals. The Franks remained intact, and the Franks went on to be the rulers of France, and they became known as the French people. Do your homework on Franks.
Saunier had discovered documents of a secret brotherhood called the Order of Zion, charged with the task of guarding the offspring of Jesus Christ. Perhaps these secret files would seem like fictional nonsense, but in fact the scale of the work to create them and the sources cited in them to support their claims lent credibility. Even the French writer Gérard de Side, who has devoted much time to disproving the alleged Merovingian evidence given in the secret files, admits that scientific and academic resources and studies that have gone into them are disproportionately large and significant. According to the secret files, the Order of Zion was founded nearly 1,000 years ago during the Crusades and has existed without interruption ever since, led by some of the greatest names in history. The text claims that the Order of Zion was founded by God.
And with these prominent men back then, being the grandmasters or leaders of said secret society, you can imagine the people who are heading it now. What about the King of England? Could he be one? Could he be the offspring? Who knows? But it's a lot of shady mess going on out here. Don't be fooled and don't be ignorant of anything in a great matter or a small, especially don't be ignorant of Satan's devices. His whole mission is to keep you hidden. Keep this knowledge hidden, keep your identity hidden, and keep this truth hidden, Israel. Seek truth, speak truth, live truth. That's our mission until the day the Messiah comes to reclaim his people.
Godfrey of Bouillon in 1090, 9 years before the capture of Jerusalem, although other documents of the Brotherhood exist which give a different date, the year 1099. During the First Crusade, Jerusalem, which until then was under Muslim rule, was conquered by...
It's amazing how, I just thought of this, it's amazing how this order was established in 1099. And when, you become an entrepreneur, so to speak, and you go to file your taxes, guess what you got to file? 1099. These people ain't slick, bro. I'm telling you. Put two and two together.
By the Crusaders. It is believed that sometime after the Second Crusade, the orders of the Templars and that of Sion became practically one organization, led by a single Grand Master. But in 1188, a division occurred in their ranks and they took different paths. During this period, the Order of the Templars acquired incredible power. The Order's financial condition is such that it gives out loans to bankrupt royal families in exchange for protecting their interests. This is how the banking system was created. There is an assumption that the Templars blackmailed the Church of Rome with discovered documents related to the story we know about Jesus. What happens next? 2 years after the death of King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, Jerusalem was again captured by the Muslims, and the Templars could not withstand the pressure and left the city. The two orders then parted ways. The Order of Sion outlived the Templars, which ceased to exist in 1307 and survived through the centuries to the present day, taking a new name, Sionus Prioratus, meaning Priory of Sion, and its master was Jean de Gisors, who also considered himself a Merovingian. According to the secret files, from 1691 to 1727, the Order's Grand Master was none other than Isaac Newton, the man considered by many to be the greatest and the most influential scientist who ever lived. But let's once again return to the question of whether the role of the Order is really so great. The most common story believed by proponents of the theory that the Order really existed is that its purpose was to preserve the bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. In short, it is believed that Jesus and Mary Magdalene were married and had children. When Jesus was crucified, Mary fled to France with her children. Thus, the descendants of Jesus settled there and started the Merovingian dynasty. These are the royal dynasty of the Franks, who, throughout the 5th and 8th century, imposed their power in the lands of the territory of today's France, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. The heirs of the dynasty hid in the Languedoc region of southern France, and more precisely in the now legendary village of Rennes-le-Château. According to the theory, the mission of the Order of Sion was precisely to protect and defend the interests of the Merovingian family. But isn't it strange and difficult to imagine how such great personalities as Leonardo da Vinci or Isaac Newton were inspired and motivated for such a long time only by the idea of protecting the interests of a long-vanished dynasty?
It's a wonder why that movie is called The Da Vinci Code. Y'all ain't gotta listen to Tuvi. Tuvi be off the record, off his rocker sometime. Y'all ain't gotta listen to Tuvi.
Our research led us to two rather provocative books, The Templar Revelation and The Revelation of Sion, according to which the secret of the Order is not simply about preserving the bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, nor it is related to the Holy Grail. The secret is related to John the Baptist, to the knowledge that the initiated disciples had, and to the true role of women in society. The story they tell is that in the Holy Lands, Godfrey of Bouillon during the First Crusade came across an organization called the Church of John, an esoteric church of initiates who presented a tradition based on the primacy of the spirit.
These will be the Essenes.
Thus, at the beginning of the 12th century, we collected the spiritual and temporal means by which Godfrey de Bouillon's supreme dream could be realized. The members of the Templar Order would become the sword bearers of the Church of John and the standard bearers of the First Dynasty, weapons that obey the spirit of Sion. The conclusions the authors reach about the true secrets held by Sion are quite daring and perhaps not accepted by many, but we will share them simply as another interesting and thought-provoking perspective. They believe that Jesus was a disciple of John the Baptist, and that John's religious teachings were essentially those of the Egyptian the perspective. We will share them simply as another interesting and thought-provoking perspective. They believe that Jesus was a disciple of John the Baptist. They believe that Jesus was a disciple of John the Baptist and that John's religious teachings were essentially those of the Egyptian mystery religion of Isis, Osiris, and Horus.
Y'all put a 3 in the chat if you laughed when you heard that. I'm gonna play it back again to see if you laugh, or if you just said what. I'm gonna play it back again.
They of John in perspective. They believe that Jesus was a disciple of John the Baptist and that John's religious teachings were essentially those of the Egyptian mystery religion of Isis, Osiris, and Horus.
What? They believe that the Messiah was a disciple of his 6-month older cousin whom he baptized while they both were in the womb. What? He was a disciple of the man who, when he seen coming toward him, said, "There is one among you who is preferred, who is after me, but preferred before me, whose shoelatchet I am unworthy to unloose." But he is his disciple? What? Got to be devils. Got to be devils who are conjuring and pushing such farce and falsity. This is madness. Anybody believe this, they need to be slapped with a loaf of bread. I'm talking about a real loaf. one of them joints you gotta, you gotta put in some work. Like you gotta get a one of them knives with the teeth on it. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta put in some work to cut it. Yeah, they need to be slapping one of them. I'm gonna put it in the French with a baguette loaf of bread. These folks sick. I'm gonna end that video right there because I ain't gonna read but a few pages. I'm gonna get to a certain point and then I'm gonna stop. Make sure y'all get the point. But yeah, what? That was crazy. That was madness. Y'all go. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put the link to this video in the chat as well. Y'all make sure y'all go and watch that. Shalom, Ak Mikael, burning the midnight oil. Don't jump in here with me. I'm telling you, jump in here with me. I know you got, Hold on, let me put the link in the chat. This stuff is crazy, boy. All right. So we're going to get on the Pre-Real Zion. It's the next chapter over in the book I informed y'all about, the Genesis 6 conspiracy, page 415, right? It says, why were the Templars part of a greater society? Salaki, let me start it from the top. It says, why were the Templars part of a greater secret society and movement that had wistful ambitions to restore the Merovingian dynasty to power? Merovingians were legendary kings whose bloodlines allegedly originated back to Jesus. Who and what was the ultra secret Prairie of Zion? David Hatcher Childress notes that the Sinclair clan became the Scottish guardians for the preservation, of the Templar Rex Prairie of Zion Gnostic dreams. The Scottish or Templar alliance began in 1128 when Templar founder Hugh de Payne met with King David I of Scotland, no doubt at the instigation of one of the founding Templar knights, Henry Sinclair, after the Council of Troyes, and after which Saint Bernard. If y'all listening to all these names sound French outside of King David and David Hatcher. The Childress might be a French name as well, right? After the Council of Troyes, and after which Saint Bernard de Clairvaux curiously and suspiciously integrated Scotland's Celtic Christian church within the opulent but secret Gnostic Cistercian order. What is that? Let's look that up. The Gnostic Cistercian order. Gnostic Cistercian order. Boom. You know, I'm going to share it with you. All right. I'm going to share that with you. The Gnostic Cistercian order. The Cistercian order, founded in 1098, is a Catholic. Goes right back to the Catholics. Who started Catholicism? Rome, the fourth beast. It is a Catholic monastic order known for its strict adherence to the rule of Saint Benedict and a life centered on prayer, manual labor, and a simple, austere lifestyle. While the Cistercian order does not have a direct connection to Gnostic beliefs, some scholars have noted a potential overlap in their emphasis on spiritual discipline and the pursuit of a higher understanding, though this is a nuanced and debated topic. Yeah, of course, AI. Yeah. I would. I ain't gonna go deep into it, but I would. There go my brother. All praise. I ain't even hear you come in, Hebrew. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Hebrew. How you doing?
Man, feeling good like a Hebrew should. You know.
All praise.
I should be tired, but I'm not.
Hey, you long-winded, Hebrew. You long-winded tonight.
I should be tired, man. I've been up since 7 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what's the title? The 13th Bloodline of the Illuminati? Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're going into the protectors of the 13th Bloodline Illuminati family, which is right now we focusing on the Prairie of Zion. They supposed to be the protectors of and the guardians of the remaining members of the Merovingian bloodline. We just went over the Knights Templar, who were guardians of the secret of the guardians of the Merovingian bloodline. And yeah, right now we just reading out of the Genesis 6 conspiracy and going over, you know, the history of the Prairie of Zion.
What they say the Genesis 6 conspiracy? Is they talking about them? Is they talking about them intermingling with the fallen angels?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we're gonna see once I get to this PDF file in my Google Drive about the 13th Bloodline Illuminati family, we're gonna see how they commingle, right? Because this 13th Bloodline Illuminati family is said to be the offspring of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, to have the holy blood of Messiah and the blood of somebody else.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Come on.
But it's funny you going into that right now, because I was teaching about the vision of Obadiah. Not Obadiah, the vision of Habakkuk. But I touched with Daniel, Obadiah, and Second Esdras, and all of them had the same vision of this eagle or this prey, this Babylonian. Okay, the point I'm getting to is Isaiah 14, I think it's verse 12. Right? Can you pull that up right quick? Because it's going this finna go right here where you finna go in the blue letter.
Isaiah 14 and 12. Pull up Isaiah 14 and verse 12.
Yeah, I think it's 12, Hebrew. How have thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer? Is that
yes,
it?
sir.
Can you read that to him and then pull it up, that Lucifer up in the Strong's definition?
Yes, sir. Let me turn my Strongs on right now. All right. It says, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations?
So when we read that Hebrew, we'll think it's just talking about literal Satan, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let's pull it up in the blue letter and let's see.
It's Hebrew Strong's Concordance 1966, and it's pronounced
Strong's H 1966.
Hallel.
Hallel. Hallel.
Hallel. Hallel. Somebody out there racing, ain't it? It says Lucifer, light bearer, shining one, morning star Lucifer, of the king of Babylon and Satan. Hallel, describing the king of Babylon.
Now, though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and here we are over here in Isaiah 14 and 12. So we see what Satan's seat is. It's actually talking about a man who is taking on the essence of Satan. So when we read about in Genesis, I think it's chapter 3, where it says, I will put enmity between the woman's seed and the serpent seed. This man got a seed on the earth, Hebrew. Because this goes, I didn't put it in the lesson when I did it last Thursday. I mean, this Thursday just passed. But yeah, but I did mention, I said, wait a minute, this is what the Most High is talking about. He's put enmity between the woman's seed and the serpent seed. And then I backed it up with, but if you don't believe me, then why over there in John 8, you start around 33, read down to 44. Why did the scribes and Pharisees tell Christ, we be Abraham, we never been in bondage, but we Abraham's seed, but we never been in bondage. But who is this he talking to?
Yeah. Israelites.
See, people, man, it's clues in that Bible if we just slow down and read. And I'm going to do some more studying on that, because that caught my eye when I was doing that study, but I just didn't go into deeper detail. But I'm glad you're going into this Genesis 6 conspiracy, because that's what the Spirit will lead me to.
All praises.
All praises. Go ahead, Hebrew.
Yeah, so what he told them, he said, we be Abraham's seed. He said, if you were Abraham's children, you would do the works of Abraham. Ye are of your father the devil.
Literal. Literally. Bloodline, seed-wise, literally.
Literally. Huh?
So that goes with Revelation 2 and 9. Because see, what he say in Isaiah 14, he said he wanted to be like who? The Most High. He wanted to exalt himself in the heavens like who?
The Most High.
So don't the Most High got a chosen people?
And look, that's the same thing. That's the same thing that Nimrod in the Tower of Babel was trying to do.
Oh, it makes sense now.
Yes, sir. Build a tower that ascends up to heaven. All right, let's get back to it, right? Where was it? Right here it says, when King David I ascended to the throne, the Celtic Christian church was ailing financially, and the elders felt that it could best survive inside the protective wrap of Saint Bernard's wealthy, influential, and powerful Cistercian order. The Cistercian order was not attached to Rome, and for some reason, it was permitted by Rome to operate it almost as a separate and autonomous arm at that time. Thus, all the abbeys of Scotland then became Cistercian abbeys. Both King David I and his sister subsequently married into the Flemish house of Boulogne. The variant spelling used by authors denoting the house of Godefroy de Bouillon, the other driving founder of the Templars. The David I family made further marriage covenants later with the Hugh de Payens family and other Crusader kings of Jerusalem. More specifically, the Sinclairs held membership in both the Templar and Prairie of Sion organizations. They were the inheritors of both treasures that included the genealogies that allegedly substantiated their clandestine kingship claims. The Sangreal. Let's look up Sangreal. All right. We ain't gonna leave here ignorant today. What is the Sangreal? Sangreal is another word for the Holy Grail. It means the legendary cup used by Jesus at the Last Supper, or the object that represents deeply desired ultimate achievement.
Now they put this stuff in the movies, Hebrew.
Come on. Second Witness.
They put that in that movie with Tom Hanks in it. The Da Vinci Code about that woman, she was from the bloodline of Jesus.
Come on,
They put this stuff right in our face, and we just look at it as entertainment. You go ahead, Hebrew. It just hit me when you was reading it.
Look, let me show you, Hebrew. We literally just watched it. Hold on, let me show you. We literally just watched it. Second Witness, family.
I just got here. I didn't even know you played it.
Daring and perhaps not accepted by many, but we will share them simply as another interesting and thought-provoking perspective. They believe that Jesus was a disciple of John the Baptist, and that John's religious teachings were essentially those of the Egyptian mystery. Stands a mystery called the Order of Sion, a secret society founded in the 11th century that played an essential role in preserving certain esoteric knowledge.
Who are you?
There have been many names. Guardians, the Priory of Sion.
Huh? Brother just said that's the same movie. Brother just got here. Now I really want you to hear this. It's threw me for a loop. I really want you to hear this.
Daring and perhaps not accepted by many, but we will share them simply as another interesting and thought-provoking perspective. They believe that Jesus was a disciple of John the Baptist, and that John's religious teachings were essentially those of the Egyptian mystery religion of Isis, Osiris, and Horus.
Did you hear that, Hebrew?
Yeah, I done heard that before too. Uh-huh. That's
Huh?
crazy. I heard everything he just said.
That the Messiah was the disciple
Of
of his
John the
older
Baptist.
cousin.
And he's still from ISIS and all of that too. Egyptian
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
It's Negroes teaching that the Messiah went into Egypt and Tibet in Asia to learn wisdom.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's people out here teaching it. But you can't find that in the scriptures though.
Can't find it nowhere in the scripture. Nowhere. But you can find it in books that were written before the Messiah. Like the Essene Gospel of Peace. Or the Gospel of the Holy 12. Yeah. Back to this, right? It says, more specifically, the Sinclairs held membership in both the Templar and Imperial Scion organizations. They were the inheritors of both treasures that included the genealogies that allegedly substantiated their clandestine kingship claims, the Sangreal. So they believe that their bloodline inheritable right is the Sangreal. It belongs to them because of their lineage, their genealogy. Just like through our inheritance, because of our genealogy and our bloodline, we believe the land of Israel is ours. But not only that, we believe that through our inheritance and our bloodline, we believe that through the scripture. They believe that through whatever mysticism and false doctrine they conjured up and came up with themselves.
When you are the holders of the secrets, because they are, you can control and manipulate the annals of history as they did as all the way up to today.
Yes,
you get
sir.
what I'm saying? That makes sense what I'm saying. You can control the narrative, you can control the history, you can control the masses. Because you the one you are the light bearer. Like your father, your devil. You hold all the secrets. You are illuminated. You know the truth. We just get pieces and fragments of it. You have the whole truth. So I can manipulate you even with your fragmented truth. You get what I'm saying, Hebrew?
Yes, sir. Just like he went to Eve.
That's the power of it. Go ahead, Hebrew.
Just like he went to Eve, he knew the whole truth, but he gave her a lie.
Fragments of
you shall not surely die. He knew she was gonna die if she ate of that fruit.
Yeah.
Fragmented truth. That's a great term, because that's all we've been getting all these years. Fragmented truth. Right? And we even read and seen on the previous video about the Knights Templar how they found in treasuries in Jerusalem and other places that they found fragments of scriptures or fragments of writings that declared this alleged Merovingian bloodline to be the bloodline of the Messiah. Right? It says one must peruse and investigate the curious list of grandmasters. The leaders of the Prairie Brotherhood are listed below by descending dates as to their tenure and as recorded in Le Dossier Secrets. To fully comprehend unanticipated connections surreptitiously linking the Templars, Rex Deuce, Prior Scion, the Sinclairs, and the famous people of history who fostered the underground Gnostic movement. Now, I'm not going to go through all these names, but I'm going to rename those who we have named already. Robert Boyle, Sir Isaac Newton, and Leonardo da Vinci, Robert Flood, and Victor Hugo. That's where you get your Hugo Boss and all that from, right? The famous scientist, Sir Isaac Newton, where you get a lot of your scientific theories from, Isaac Newton. Leonardo da Vinci, who painted The Last Supper, gave you the image of Christ.
But you know, this goes right back, kind of explaining the Greek captivity, how they inserted themselves in the book of the law. First Maccabees 3. See, these people known to insert themselves in our history, and calling it, and trying to be us, and calling it their own when it's not theirs. They are basically what I'm saying. They are hijackers of history, real history, true history. Go ahead, Hebrew.
Colonizers,
copycats,
coming in and taking over something and renaming it and claiming it as their own,
remixing it. No, they don't even do a good job of remixing. I'm giving it too much credit. They take the original and say they came up with it.
Right.
And they do that to this day in our face. Look at the children of the devil. When the salt of the earth create a dance, they go take it and say they made it up.
See, this is the same thing. A lot of us, I ain't gonna say a lot of us, but I did it a couple times in school where I had somebody else do my homework or do my work in school, give me the paper, and I put my name on it. That's what these heathens doing.
Mm-hmm.
They got somebody doing the work, being the true people, living out the curses, living out the scriptures, and they just putting their name on.
But see, if you don't know but see, that's one thing they cannot hide from that really marks us as being the people of the Most High, is those curses. Because see, they rich and they blessed and they live in dark castles and mansions. And really drinking blood every day, to be honest. But anyway, that's another story for another time. But this is go ahead, Hebrew.
Yes, sir. Like they famous king who is an offspring of what's that heathen name? God dog. Vlad the Impaler. From Transylvania, where they say all the vampires come from. Yeah, he's a direct descendant of Vlad the Impaler. Direct descendant. And this is the king of Europe, the United Kingdom, or whatever he king of. This is the current king. And his daddy, boy, you see a picture of him before he died, you would declare that is Satan. That he didn't look pure evil. Yeah, that's what they doing. And there's alleged reports about the queen before, she passed away, of her kidnapping children from Canada and taking them all the way across the seas to her royal kingdom in Europe and doing y'all knows what with them children. but they were never spoken of, never heard of after they went missing from Canada.
Hey, man, listen here, Hebrew. Let me see. They put this stuff in our face. When you see those old History Channel, when they be talking about, you ever wonder how all them bones and stuff get up under them churches?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you ever watch them old movies in Paris when they go up under I guess they call it the catacombs up on the Paris? They have bones stacked on top of bone. What you think? Where you think they come from? Man, these people are wicked. We just can't even. Man, Most High got to tell us how wicked these folks is, bro. The stuff they doing right now as I speak will blow our mind. What's going on right now? Because think about it. Think about how many Hebrews go missing every year, vanish without a trace.
Just in America.
Just in America now. Never seen from, never heard from, don't know where they at. Straight borderline wickedness, man. The border of wickedness. They the beginning of it.
Yes, sir. All praise to the Most High. That's excellent edification there, Hebrew.
Man, all praise to the Most High.
All right. I'm gonna skip down, for the sake of time or whatever, because it's going into all of these people. It lists, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You got 26 names right here. And it goes into it expounds on everybody that is named who is speaking of about this underground Gnostic movement of the Templars, Rex Deuce, Prior Zion, and the Sinclairs, all the famous people who fostered the Gnostic movement, right? But I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to skip over. I'm going to pick it up at Da Vinci, right? It says Da Vinci was well acquainted with Botticelli through their joint apprenticeship to Verrocchio, while the Medicis, Estes, and Gonzagas also patronized Da Vinci. Da Vinci was a known alchemist. Homosexual, and worshiper of nature's divine order.
Nature, divine order. Sound like some mess we got going on today.
Come on. Be at one with nature.
Be one with nature, Mother Nature.
They call them what they call them, tree huggers.
Yeah. Be one with nature. Out there meditating under a damn tree. Yeah.
I tell you, go out there, soak up some sun and take your shoes off and put your feet in the earth. What?
Yeah, draw feel the energy from the earth with your shoes off. Be one with the earth, one with the wind, one with the water. Be like water and flow. Go ahead, man. I can go all day on that. But see, that stuff we laughing about it, but y'all, that stuff have infiltrated the Hebrew community. Y'all know that, right? Oh, go ahead, too, man.
Yes, sir. It has definitely infiltrated the Hebrew community, and I know some brothers that deal with that stuff. Right? It says Da Vinci was known to encrypt Gnostic and pagan symbolism into his paintings. He was recognized as the keeper of secrets, ingeniously concealing clues to those secrets in his heart. Da Vinci, of course, was also a Rosicrucian.
Rosicrucian.
Between 1515 and 1517, Da Vinci was attached as an engineer to the Viceroy of Languedoc and Milan, Charles de Montpensier, known also as the Constable de Bourbon. Right? I ain't gonna get into that, but I really wanted to read about him being a Rosicrucian. Let's hear about Robert Flood or Flood, however you say his name. Robert Flood is said to have inherited John Dee's. Now, when you read, if you go and get this book and you read about, say you read this chapter 57 from 416 to, I believe it is 420, right? The end of 419. Most of all of these men that are named are affiliated or are linked to the Rosicrucian order.
Hey, what you say his last name was?
Which one?
That dude you just said.
Oh, Flood, Fudd.
Now, these supposed to be the people of originality and creativity. You mean to tell me they can't come up with better last names than that?
Come on,
I'm just saying. Go ahead, Hebrew. It just kills me with these ugly last names. It just makes me mad.
Robert Flood, or whatever his name is said to have inherited John Dee's mantle as England's leading proponent for esoteric thought, writing and publishing prolifically on esoteric subjects and Hermeticism. Do your homework on Hermeticism. Matter of fact, I'm not going to wait on you to do your homework. I'm going to show you right now. What is Hermeticism? We learning together. Hermeticism. Hermeticism is a system of beliefs, practices, and philosophies that centers around the teachings attributed to the figure of Hermes. I'm not going to even try to pronounce that. A syncretic deity combining the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth. It encompasses a blend of esoteric knowledge, spiritual practices, and philosophical concepts often associated with alchemy, astrology, and theurgy, which is Satanism. In layman's terms, that's all it is.
Hebrew.
Satanism.
Hey, get that. You might well read that first two verses of Jeremiah 10. Now, that's what they're saying.
That's what it's saying.
This is why we need to get our head off up under these heathens' false understanding of things.
Jeremiah 10 and verse 1, and it reads, Hear ye the word of the Lord, which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them.
Mm-hmm.
Want me to keep reading?
No, that right there. You just stop right there, Hebrew. Cause that's what we dealing with right here. Learn not the way of the heathen. We see this stuff is pushed through commercials, social media.
Yes, sir.
Subliminal messages in movies and sitcoms, and we've been bombarded with this stuff and don't even know it.
Don't even know it. Right there in your face.
Learning the way of the heat. They don't even know it.
All right. I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna pull this back up, and we're gonna find out. So when you get into it, right? If you get the book and you get into it, I don't know if they got it on PDF. But if you get the book, quick rundown, quick testimony of how I got the book. I was living in Texas. I was working this job, and excuse me, I started working in one city, and then I got transferred and moved to another city and worked same company, just a different building in a different city, right? And this guy was working there. He's a Gentile, and he was working there. He goes to the Catholic Church, right? But he be listening to the lessons. He been listening to the lessons. He a Gentile for sure. But I was reading, I had the book, I had just got the book, The Two Babylons, and I had read it. I had already been reading it on PDF, but I was reading it at work. And he came into my office and I was reading the book, and he asked me what I was reading, and I read a little bit to him. And he was like, man, you got to let me see that. So I told him, I ain't tell him, a little bit before that, he told me about this book. He was like, man, I be hearing you talk about the book of Enoch on your lessons and all of this and whatever. Man, I got this book that I be reading. I don't really understand it, but I know you'll probably understand it more than I do because you read the book of Enoch and yada, 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 and blah, 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 right? So he was like, I'm going to bring it to work one day. So he brought it to work, and I had my two Babylons, and we just exchanged books. And he basically was really giving me the book, but I wanted to give him that so he could understand the paganisms about Catholicism and the Christian church. So, all praise to the Most High. This book was basically gifted to me, and I don't even think the man knew what he had or what he was giving me. But I'm glad that he did, because this is the type of stuff that I really had already been studying.
And what's the name of that book?
Let me pull it up real quick. This joint right here.
How much it cost?
It depends on where you buy it from. Look like you can get it from Walmart for $27.50. Books Run. I don't think I trust them, right? But yeah, you can get it. Let me see how much it is on Amazon. $26 on Amazon.
I'm gonna order that, Hebrew. And what's the name of that book?
The Genesis 6 Conspiracy.
Well, he gave you a nugget, didn't he?
Yes, sir. It says how secret societies and the descendants of giants plan to enslave humankind. Quick rundown of the book. It says there are giants among us, passing largely unnoticed, intent on carrying out a secret plan to enslave all humanity. They may not look like giants today, but their bloodlines extend all the way back to the Nephilim, the offspring of angels who mated with human women described in Genesis 6 when giants roamed the land. Gary Wayne, the author of the Genesis 6 Conspiracy, how secret societies and yada yada blah blah blah, details the role of modern day Nephilim in Satan's plan to install the Antichrist at the end of days. When God cast the angel Lucifer and his followers out of heaven, yes, sir.
I'm gonna have to get that book, man.
That's John Powell. Yeah, y'all check that out.
Here's where I'm stuck in a rock and a hard place here. Now, I know the Bible say that only Noah and his 8 sons made it past the flood. You get me? I'm trying to figure out if he drowning them and killed them all, and they souls became demons and wicked spirits and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they dwell here on the earth. Then how did the bloodline make it past on the other side? Now I heard, well, I found some stuff, and I got put in my place for. I didn't ever teach it, but it was a giant that made it past the flood. His name was King Og of Bashan, and the Bible do mention him.
Yeah.
But I asked, and I was debunked. I was put in my place about it, but I said, well, somebody going to explain to me how that bloodline made it past. Who is these? How did it get past that? How the flood? That's what I want to know. Are angels still falling in having sex with women?
Yeah, I can't so much answer that, but I can tell you that there were giants on the other side of the flood. Goliath being one prominent, right? And the children of Israel encountered giants on their journey to the land of Israel from the wilderness. Right. And they said they were afraid of the people because I think they were Anakims. They were afraid of the people for they were like grasshoppers in their sight. All right. But I won't go as far to say that a giant survived the flood, but I will say that the spirits more likely probably did survive that flood, although the Most High has the power to kill whatever he want to kill. The spirits of the giants probably did survive the flood because spirits don't die. You know what I mean? And they probably inhabited the children of Ham and Japhet.
Most definitely.
Yeah. But I mean, you got look at Shaq. I'm not gonna say he an Israelite. I don't know his we can't say he's Israelite, but he's 7'2", 7'3".
Right.
Dwight Howard. We have some men that are, up there in height, but we ain't got no Goliaths who was 9'6".
People that tall don't live long either.
They don't. But yeah, let's get back to it, right? So you see, that's something to look into, Hebrew, for real. Excuse me. I don't know why I got a little gas here. What I was saying, those men, right? Robert Flood, what was the other name? Da Vinci and Isaac Newton. We didn't read about Robert Flood and Isaac Newton being in the Rosicrucian order, but like I said, when you read it, you will find that most of those men that were named, it was 26 men. Most of those men that were named were a part of the Rosicrucian order, right? And those famous men that were a part of the Imperial Scion that were named, all of them were a part of the Rosicrucian order. So let's see what Rosicrucianism or the Rosicrucian order is, right? Rosicrucianism is a spiritual and cultural movement that arose in early modern Egypt in the early 17th century after the publication of several texts announcing to the world a new esoteric order. Rosicrucianism is symbolized by the Rose Cross or Rosy Cross. What is the Rosy Cross? the Rosie Cross. Let's see what they look like. The Rosie Cross. I don't think this is the Rosie Cross. I believe this is it right here. This is what it looked like. It right there. Oh, look. That's amazing. I didn't even see that. The secret doctrine of the Rosicrucians is illustrated by the secret Rosicrucian symbols by Magus Incognito. Look at your Rose Cross right there. And the symbols of the Rosicrucian order. Right? It says there have been several Rosicrucian or Rosicrucian inspired organizations since the initial movement was founded, including the Order of the Golden and Rosy Cross, the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Right? We ain't gonna get into the history of all of that. Right? You see, it's lots of that. There go your Rosy Cross right there. Right? Do your homework on Rosicrucianism. Right? But we gonna get into this video. And let me close that. Matter of fact, before we get into the video, let me read this. And the video is going to be the last thing I play. Right? Let's get into this. This right here is a PDF. I forget who I received this from. I believe it's somebody that's actually teaching against the Bible right now. But you know, that's a long story made short. This is called you can't see it right here, but this is called the 13th Bloodline of the Illuminati. Right? It's by Fritz Springmeier, written in 1995. Right? So this is the Merovingian bloodline. Right? We heard about Merovingi, Prior Zion, and Rex Deus, and all of this. Right? The Rex Deus and the Prior Zion. The Rex Deus is supposed to be this bloodline. Prior Zion is supposed to be the protectors of this bloodline. Right? Let's find out about this bloodline. Let me blow this up a little bit so y'all can see that. Should be good. Right? It says this page has been prepared to provide some type of table of contents to the various items which will be included in this chapter, the 13th Satanic Bloodline. In my writings, this bloodline will be what has been interwoven into the text of many articles, but it hasn't been singled out very much. Although a great deal has been mitten by this author on this final family, to pull out articles which concentrate on it solely is difficult. Right? And I got an article that focuses solely on this family. After assembling some pages on it, a few words of explanation were still needed. Allow me to briefly explain those items which were selected. An article on the top family that appeared in February 1995 newsletter on page 73. An appendix to the Be Wise as Serpents book about the British royalty. The British royalty are tied in with the 13th bloodline.
Is this the same thing as where they get that name Dukes? And the Dukes
Yes,
are
sir.
from the house. That's in the Bible, from the house of Esau.
Yes, sir.
Did not Esau kill Nimrod?
Yes, sir.
So did not Esau marry the Canaanite woman?
Yes, sir.
So you see how they say why they think they got Now, this is all go back. If you just look at Esau, Esau trying to stay claim to what? The promises.
Yeah.
Right? That's the same thing. It's the same damn thing. It just started in Genesis. That's where it started from.
Come on.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
Come on.
That's just what I got when you read it. Go ahead.
And this British royal family, the leader of this British royal family now, well, the publicized leader of this British royal family is I forget his name. King Charles. He is the leader or the king of the British royal family. You got Prince Harry, Prince whatever the other redhead.
Prince Harry. He over here in America. They disown him because he married a black woman.
Yeah, but he next in line.
Oh, he next in line.
He next in line.
He got that Negro woman with him.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he next in line. I ain't gonna get in. I'm not gonna get into that online. I don't want to speak about that online. But there's a reason, right? It's a lot going on. This is why y'all don't see them as much. Remember, she used to be on TV shows and all of this. She had a little documentary come out, and then poof, be gone.
What's the reason?
What's the reason? Where's the child? Where's the child they had? Why we don't hear much about the child? What's going on with the child? What the child look like?
Did they eat it?
No, he's still living.
Ain't the Antichrist either.
You know, one can speculate. I say that one could speculate.
So how old would this little bastard be today?
He would be today anywhere between 14, 15, something like that. Would it? Hold on, let me see.
That's about right.
Let me see. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, Meghan children. Oh, Archie. No, he's 6 years old.
Oh, we got a wild.
Archie is 6. Let me see Archie. Is this the, hold on, that can't be, I'm finna say, they got Archie in a dress? Oh, yeah, that's definitely Antichrist. Yeah, it definitely could. Now, if we come around, boy, if some omen type stuff happen and Megan end up dead, yeah, he's the murderer of his mother.
Because his mama ain't supposed to be alive, right?
Look, that's the only way Harry will be accepted back into the royal family. And that's the only way Archie will receive the inheritance of the throne. We just speculating. We ain't making no claims, we just speculate. Just throwing it out there, right? All right, it says the British royalty are tied in with the 13th bloodline. Many of the American political leaders have been related to the British royalty, including George Bush and Dan Quayle. Who else is related to George Bush?
Obama?
The first black president. Wouldn't you imagine? So he is also a part of the Merovingian bloodline. Remember, I told you, you're not going to hear a Merovingian exclusively have the family name of Merovingian. It's going to be something like George Bush or Dan Quayle or King Charles or Prince Harry or Barack Hussein Obama. A flyer from a Christian conference is included showing who the speakers are. Finally, a little of the genealogical information I assembled on the Mormon leading is given. This was included in the Be Wise as Serpents book to give people an idea on how the Mormon leadership ties back in with the leading occult bloodlines of the Merovingian dynasty. The chart for LDS President Albert Smith is only about 1/3 typed out. The remainder of Albert Smith's, as well as other Mormon leaders' genealogical work, is in a file in some unknown box in my house. You need to reveal that, heathen. This bloodline is harder to track because it weaves in and out of the other 12 bloodlines. There are many surnames which are part of this bloodline, including the Smith family. However, I can give one very prominent one, the Sinclair family. We know that Satan is the father of all lies, and Christ told the religious leaders who went out to destroy him that they were from the seed of Satan. Didn't we just speak about that, Hebrew? All right, it says
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The second feature order, the 13th Illuminati bloodline. The 13th Illuminati bloodline is where the Antichrist will come from. This bloodline believes that it has both the holy blood of Jesus and the blood or seed of Satan in his bloodline. In my Be Wise as Serpents book, I make reference to this bloodline, but I never really took the time to explain it completely. In fact, I don't fully understand this bloodline myself. I encourage those who want to learn more about this bloodline to study the following books: Holy Blood, Holy Grail. Remember, I've been talking about and speaking about this book. This entire stream, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. There's a good book. Let me see if I can pull this up. It's not in my email. Go to my drive. Holy Blood, Holy Grail. Bam. Right there. All right. And this is all that's in there. Warrior monks, Knights Templar. Oh, you get down. Let me see. Planter de Saint Clair or Sinclair. Saint Clair Sinclair. The Legend and the Merovingians. Merovy and his descendants. Right?
Hey, no marvel that Satan himself can transform himself into an angel of light, just so that his ministers can also transform themselves to what? Ministers of righteous. Yes, sir. Whatever. So he got a church.
Yes, sir.
He has a people. He has a son. Antichrist.
The Antichrist.
Well, I tell you what, the stuff you're reading right now, and it ain't no accident why I stumbled up on what I stumbled up on Thursday. I think we're getting close while this understanding is coming forth, Hebrew. So we won't be deceived. That's what I'm thinking.
All praise to the Most High. All praise.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
What did he say? Be ye not deceived.
Mm-hmm.
For when they say, lo, he is in this place, or lo, he is in the desert, go ye not forth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Says this bloodline is written more about in the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, the Messianic Legacy, the Temple and the Lodge, Crusaders of the Grail, the Antichrist King, Juan Carlos. This bloodline is so extensive in its many branches that its membership takes in many of the presidents of the United States, including George Bush, that's supposed to be Bush, and George Washington. The reason that I gave the genealogies of the some of the Mormon presidents to people back in 1991 in my Be Wise as Serpents book is that all of the Mormon presidents in history, whether RLDS or LDS, trace their blood back to this 13th bloodline. Within the Illuminati rituals, the emphasis on the 13th bloodline is that they are the seed of Satan. As their secret story goes, they are the direct descendants of Jesus' spiritual brother Lucifer. Since the Freeman family and the Rothschild family have members who are also in the 13th bloodline, it is unclear to me how interwoven the seed of Satan is. Some of the earliest attempts to trace the seed of Satan were some books which did extensive research on the tribe of Dan and the descendants of Cain. Right? I don't think I want to read all that. I'm gonna skip down. Let me see. I might read it. Right? It says,
could that be why they got rid of Dan? Why the Most High got rid of Dan?
Come on, come on.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The man, a lot of times we'll say the math ain't math, but hey, the man starting the math now.
The man starting the math.
Yes, sir.
They make you go, Yeah. It says right here, The Curse of Canaan is an interesting book along with its mate, World Order by Eustace Mullins, one of the books which I looked with difficulty for before finding it was Gerald Massey's A Book of the Beginning, right? The book goes in and shows in detail how the inhabitants of the British Isles came originally from Egypt. This is important because as this newsletter has always contended, the Druidism of the British Isles was simply a derivative from the Egyptian satanic witchcraft magic of ancient Egypt. The Egyptian word Makhut, clan or family, became the Irish Maku, and the Maku of the Donalds. McDonald's.
Things that make you say, okay.
Now reflected in this is a PDF. I can send it to your email.
Yeah, please do.
Yes, sir. But the name of the book is called the 13 Bloodline Illuminatis. The 13 Bloodlines of the Illuminati.
All right, gotcha.
All right. It says the Maku of Donalds, clan of Donalds, now reflected in the name MacDonald. The sacred keepers of the clan stone in Iran were also known by the family name of Clan Shaitans. Another word for clan is Mac, and the Clan Shaitans were also known as Macintosh. Ain't it a famous computer named Macintosh? Ptah Rek, the name of the Egyptian god Ptah, or Ta, or however you pronounce it, was passed down to us by the Druids adopting the name Patrick, which sounded similar. St. Patrick's Day then is a Christianized form of a Druidic holiday which originally had its origins in Egypt. The all-seeing eye can be found on ancient buildings in ancient Chaldea, in ancient Greece, and in ancient Egypt. The seeing eye represents Osiris. Osiris had debauched revelries celebrated in his honor. The temples in Arabia clear back in the time that Moses had his black father-in-law Jethro use the all-seeing eye to represent the false satanic trinity of Osiris, Isis, and Horus of Egypt. This seeing eye pops up everywhere the Illuminati has been. In the Winter Palace Square in St. Petersburg, Russia, is that Illuminati all-seeing eye on the top of a pyramid. You will also see it in the old Mexican Senate building, which is now a museum in Mexico City. You will find this on the back of our $1 bill. You will find the all-seeing eye was placed on Ethiopian stamps when they got a communist government in power. The Illuminati is the continuation of the mystery religions of Babylon and Egypt. The Illuminati is the continuations of the mystery religions of Babylon and Egypt. All the bloodlines of the Illuminati go back to people who at one time lived in Babylon and Egypt. Just how the house of David, the satanic one, and the holy blood of the 13th family fit in with everything else in history, I can't say. I'm sure it would be a big story to tell if I knew, but I do feel that somehow the 13th Illuminati family does go back to ancient times. Is this via the tribe of Dan, or via some Druidic bloodline, or is it via the Merovingians, or is it via all three? And where do the Guelphs, and black nobility fit into this?
Stop
Whatever
right
the
there.
case, yes, sir.
Now, our bloodline is contaminated with this serpent seed. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, pull that Joel 3 and read the last 3 to 4 verses of that chapter.
You said Joel 3?
Yeah, the last 4 verses, where the Most High said at the last verse, I think he said, I'm shooting from the hip to me. He said he would cleanse our blood. He got to cleanse it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Joel chapter 3 and verse 18. And it shall come to pass in that day that the mountains shall drop new wine, and the hills shall flow with milk, and all the rivers of Judah shall flow with waters, and a fountain shall come forth of the house of the Most High, and shall water the valley of Shittim. And Egypt shall be a desolation, and Edom shall be a desolate wilderness for the violence against the children of Judah, because they have shed innocent blood in their land. But Judah shall dwell forever, and Jerusalem from generation to generation. For I will cleanse their blood that I have not cleansed, for the Most High dwelleth in Zion.
Our bloodline got to be cleansed of that serpent seed, Hebrew.
Yes, sir.
Because we did a lot of intermixing.
Yes, sir.
Even to this day. It just hit me when you was reading all that. Go ahead, Hebrew.
The 13 bloodlines of see if I can pull this up to show the system. It's gonna be hard. That's right. They're not trying to disclose this information. I said I had somebody send me this. Let's see. Boom. Okay. Let me share this link. It come from CIA.gov. Look at that. Share that right there. Y'all click on it and you can download that or save it. Save it to your Google Drive or whatever drive on your computer or whatever. Right? It says right here, whatever the case, the 13th bloodline has amassed a great deal of power and wealth on this planet. The 13th bloodline lacks nothing to bring forth their Antichrist, who will appear to have all the correct credentials, right? It says they lack nothing. They got everything they need, right? Money, resources, power, whatever. They got it, right? It says, I would not even be surprised if their Antichrist, in order to appear real, will expose another Antichrist. Signs and lying wonders. It says the 13th bloodline has kept its genealogies very secret. I would welcome more input from informed persons about this bloodline. The tribe of Dan was prophesied to be the black sheep of the nation of Israel, which would bite the other tribes of Israel. The tribe of Dan had the snake and the eagle as its two logos. It did. The tribe of Dan left its calling card all over Europe as it migrated west in the names of many places. The tribe of Dan ruled the Greeks, the Roman Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and many others, which used the eagle as its logo. Great Britain is the mother country of Satanism. Who is the king of Great Britain? Come on, man. Scotland has long been an occult center.
Whoa. What did Messiah say in Matthew 24? Wherever the carcass is, which is Israel, there shall the eagles be gathered.
Yes, sir.
So they was the eagles was over us during the Greek captivity. That's what you was reading. Roman captivity. All the way up to this date. We still up under this damn fourth beast called the eagle.
Yep.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
Yep. All right. It says the national symbol of Scotland is the dragon or the snake. And for years, the chief of Scotland was called the dragon. The Gaelic language language is an important language for Satanism. Although English and French are also used extensively by the Illuminati. The planning sessions for world takeover that some ex-Satanists experienced were held in French. The British royal family have long been involved with the occult. For more information on this, there is a detailed examination of the royal family and the occult in the book The Prince and the Paranormal, The Psychic Bloodline of the Royal Family by John Dale. They have also been actively involved with Freemasonry. See the chart. British MI6 has been a major vehicle for the satanic hierarchy working behind the secret veil of the Freemasonry to control world events. British MI6 is the most secret intelligence organization in the world. It is
So what is it? So basically the MI6 is like the Secret Service of the world. Like that's their police.
That's they police.
That's their secret. These are the ones that put the hits out.
Yeah.
Huh, JFK. Oh, go ahead, Hebrew. I'm sorry.
The British MI6 is America's CIA. Same thing. Right? But once we get into this, once we get into this video, after I play this video, we're gonna see who controls the MI6 and the CIA and the FBI. One man.
Hold on, Hebrew. See, the Secret Service and the MI6, they're the ones that really keep the president in line to make sure he do what he supposed to do.
Come on, they the puppeteers.
Oh, it makes sense.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
They the string. Listen. They go get the briefing from the 13 families, and whoever the secret heads of whoever the figure, the front man that you see on TV every day, like your presidents, your president over there in France, and they better beat to the drum.
Come on.
And see, they gave Trump his warning shot. Right, we ain't gonna miss next time, son.
We ain't gonna miss next time.
We ain't gonna miss next time.
Come on,
Go ahead, Hebrew.
And see, people be looking at this stuff and totally missing it. Like it's right there in your face.
Mm-hmm.
Right there in your face. But if we not paying attention, if we don't look with our spiritual eyes, if we're not watching and praying, if we're being ignorant in anything, we won't get it.
Okay, Hebrew, check this out. You can pull this up. The ex FBI the ex FBI head put out a secret message calling for the assassination of Donald Trump. You can Google that and it'll pull it up. That just happened this week. He's been investigated right now by the FBI.
James Comey.
Yeah, James Comey. That's it. Yeah, they sending messages, Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
What they say? Read that title, Hebrew.
Man, hold on, man. All praise to the Most High. There's a reason why my brother was constantly calling me. See, thank you, Aubrey. There's a reason. Let me find it. I'm gonna read this article. Right? It says, former FBI Director James Comey under investigation for posts seen as a potential threat to Trump's life. Let me close that. Yeah. The Department of Homeland Security and Secret Service are investigating a social media post by former FBI Director James Comey that several U.S. officials interpreted as a calling for the assassination of President Donald Trump. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said Thursday. It is in a now deleted post on Instagram. Comey shared a photo of what he described as a shell formation on a beach that formed the numbers 8647.
That's it. That's what I saw. That's a code. Get your ass in line. Oh, I'm sorry. Get your butt in line or else.
Yeah. That's exactly what it means. 86 is, get out of here. Get rid of. Get him out of here. Get rid of 47.
They talk the 13 family. Listen to what we're trying to tell y'all. These people talking code and numbers and languages. They're talking in the English language or the French language, but it be coded for the elite sending down messages, man. It's coded, and all you got to do is just, man, do some deep study, and this stuff will come out just by you reading that article, in that book, not an article, but reading that in that book talking about MI6 and all of that. That just hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, wait a minute, They just sent out another. They just sent a hit out.
It's all coming together, Hebrew. It's all coming together.
Man,
Right.
go ahead, Hebrew. I want to be quiet. I want, man. Hey, man. Listen, we need to do a live on this one day, Hebrew. We gotta break the man. We gotta get this out here, bro.
Break the camel back.
Yeah, we gotta break the camel back and put it back together again.
Yes. So it says the post was swiftly condemned by administration officials, Republican lawmakers, and Trump allies who said it blatantly targeted Trump, the 47th president of the United States. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, 86 can informally mean to get rid of. Disgraced former FBI Director James Comey just called for the assassination of POTUS Trump. Noam wrote on X, DHS and Secret Service is investigating this threat and will respond appropriately. A spokesperson for the Secret Service, which is part of DHS, Department of Homeland Security, said the agency vigorously investigates anything that can be taken as a potential threat against our protectees. We are aware of the social media posts by the former FBI director, and we take rhetoric like this very seriously. Beyond that, we do not comment on protective intelligence matters. Anthony G., the agency's chief of communications, said in a statement. Taylor B., a White House deputy chief of staff, accused Comey of putting out what can clearly be interpreted as a hit on the sitting president of the United States. This is deeply, I ain't gonna read all that, right? Y'all see that. I want to go down here to the picture. Where the picture? They ain't got the picture on there? Nope. They ain't got let me see if they got the picture. Got the picture up there. Right? There go the picture right there. 80 in shells. 86, 47. Huh? Could Comey. He super pale, boy. God, dog. Could Comey be of this bloodline?
Hey, you can't trust nobody when you get up in that. When you can't trust nobody when you get up in them doors. You
Could
can't
Trump
trust
be of the bloodline?
Yeah, he's of that line, but I think this is me speculating. I think that it's some infighting going on within them families.
Yeah.
On what's projected way they're gonna try to run this world, or they know they time is short, but they trying to. I think it's a riff-raff going on because they sending messages to him because he ain't doing something he ain't supposed to be doing.
Yep. He procrastinating or prolonging the pushing forth of his coming. Yep. He in the way, pretty much. Right.
And they done send him two. They done send him two warnings. Let's go back. The first warning was when he was running for president. Right? They knew he was going to be president, but they sent him a warning shot up there in Pennsylvania. Then down there in Mar-a-Lago on the golf course, they didn't shoot, but they sent it another. Hey man, we can get you anytime we want to. You get what I'm saying?
And look, the first shot was him going to court. Look, we can get you any way we want. We can take you out of here. We ain't got to kill you, but we can sit you down forever.
Mm-hmm.
We gon' man, hey, all we got to do is keep watching and keep praying. It's going to get way more interesting. right? But that was powerful. That was powerful. I ain't even know that, Hebrew.
Yeah.
I ain't even know that. Oh, pray I got a little more into that. Right here it says, where was I at? Where was I at? Okay. It says the British royal family have been long been involved with the occult. I read that. Says the British MI6 is the most secret intelligence organization in the world. It is properly known as British Secret Service, not to be confused with the U.S. agency by that name, but performing a different function entirely. Yeah, there is American MI6, but it's different from the British MI6. They only deal with the royal family, right? The British royal. You see this in movies like James Bond. That's MI6. The British MI6.
Yeah, Mission Impossible.
Yeah, they the American MI6 in Mission Impossible, but the British MI6 is James Bond, right? It says the British royalty have served important figureheads to British Freemasonry, lending credibility and respectability.
Hold on, Hebrew. Hold on. They showed you the birth of MI6 in that movie Kingsman.
Yep.
Go ahead, Hebrew. It's downloading. Everything downloading now. Go ahead.
Yep. It says British Freemasonry has managed to keep itself free of much of the criticism that the national Masonic groups have brought on themselves. However, much of the credibility of British Freemasonry is undeserved. True, British Freemasonry is what it portrays itself to the public for the lower levels, but the lower level Masons, by their dues and activities, are unwittingly supporting an organization that is led by Satanists at the top. An example of subterfuge constantly exercised on the public Freemasonry is a book purportedly written by a non-Mason entitled The Unlocked Secret Freemasonry Examined. The book portrays itself as an unbiased and complete expose of Freemasonry. The book states unequivocally that the Masonic order called Societas Rosicrucian in Anglia is only open to Christians and is a Christian order. However, Edith Starr Miller reprints copies of a number of letters from the chief of the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, which show that the English Grand Masonic Lodge, the SRIA, the OTO, and the German Illuminati are all working together. She briefly explains how she obtained the letters. That's it on that. And this is all he found on the Merovingians. This is all he was able to find on the Merovingians. But guess what? I got this book. And it goes in. He only had, 2 pages? I'm not gonna read it all, man. I'm talking about we'll be here. It's 3:48 wherever y'all live. Well, I don't know if y'all in, Central Standard Time or not, but yeah, it's still early for me. But I ain't gonna read this. I will come back next week and finish reading. I'm gonna read all of this chapter 65 on the Merovingians, right? Most High willing. But I want to read this Apocalypse of Elijah about the Western King of Peace. Right? The Western King of Peace. This is Apocalypse of Elijah, chapter 2. And I'm going to start at verse 6 in the Pseudepigrapha, volume 1, page 740. It says, and a king who will be called the King of Peace will rise up in the west. That's why they got to take Trump out the way. He will run upon the sea like a roaring lion. He will kill the king of injustice, and he will take vengeance on Egypt with battles and much bloodshed. It will come to pass in those days that he will command a peace and a vain gift in Egypt. He will give peace to those who are holy, saying, the name of God is one. He will give honors to the saints and exalting to the places of the saints. He will give vain gifts to the house of Yah. He will wander around in the cities of Egypt with guile without their knowing. He will take count of the holy places. He will weigh the idols of the heathen. He will take count of their wealth. He will establish priests for them. He will command that the wise men and the great ones of the people be seized, and they will be brought to the metropolis which is by the sea, saying, there is but one language, but when you hear peace and joy exist, it cuts off. I don't like that. Right?
Oh, yeah. They cut that out. Oh, no.
Yeah, they cut that out.
That really gives it away.
Yeah.
Now the question is the West is talking about is there be Babylon over here, or is that the West talking about something else? And is that Egypt talking about spiritual Egypt, or like it says in Revelation, spiritual Egypt in Sodom? Because Egypt is all over the earth.
Egypt is all over the earth.
Because see, the Most High even tell us that in 2nd Esdras 12 and 10. He said, behold, my people are led to the flock of the slaughter. I would not suffer them to dwell in the land of Egypt. And I will smite Egypt as with plagues as before. Listen to the language that he's saying it in. This is talking about all over the earth. But my question is, when he say out of the west, what is he saying there? Elijah is trying to tell us.
The mysteries. The mystery. Oh, crazy.
But ain't that the same Apocalypse of Elijah where it talks about Enoch and the two witnesses? Is
yes,
that
sir.
or that?
That's the same one.
Ahead. Okay.
All right. Now I'm gonna play this video. This is about a 10-minute video. This is the shortest video I'm gonna play tonight. I'm gonna let it run all the way through. And then we're gonna get into this article about the most powerful man in the world. All right, now pay attention.
Have you ever heard of the Merovingian bloodline? Probably not. Well, this bloodline is supposedly older than Charlemagne, and they ruled over Europe from the 4th century to around the year 1000. But when they lost their power, they vanished, and no one has seen them since. But that may not be true. This bloodline had some very important individuals in the mix. And it's said that modern-day royalty can trace back their roots to these individuals. So who were they? What happened to them? And why are they important? Well, let's find out. Starting off, we have to go back to the beginning with King Clovis III. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, Germanic tribes began to take over, and one tribe was known as the Franks. They settled in an area known as Neustria, which would later become France. And then they had a king named Clovis I. Now, he became powerful enough to unite the Franks, and he took the title King of the Franks in 481. He fought many battles against other Germanic tribes as well as the Visigoths. And because of his victories, his kingdom expanded greatly. One of his most famous battles was at the Battle of Soissons. Here, he defeated Syagrius, the last Roman ruler in northern Gaul, and took control of the city of Soissons in 486. And because of this victory, historians consider him the first king of the Franks to rule over all the Frankish territories. His empire stretched from the North Sea to the Mediterranean and from the Atlantic Ocean to the Elbe River. But Clovis wasn't just a warrior, he was also a devout Christian. And after defeating the Alemanni at the Battle of Tolbiac in 496, he converted to Christianity. This battle was significant for two reasons. It was the first time a Germanic king converted to Christianity, and it opened the door for the spread of Christianity throughout Europe. In fact, the historian Gregory of Tours claimed that God himself appeared to Clovis after the battle and told him that all the people under his rule would be Christian. This is quite ironic, considering the Vandals had destroyed much of the early church in Rome only a few years before. After Clovis died, his sons divided his kingdom among themselves, and over the next few decades, the Frankish kings continued to expand their territory. By the mid-7th century, the kingdom had taken over most of modern-day France, Belgium, Germany, and the Netherlands. Now, although Clovis and his sons ruled over a large part of Europe, they weren't the only rulers. There were other kingdoms in the area, such as the Visigoths, the Burgundians, and the Lombards. As we've covered before, the Visigoths had taken over Spain and southern France. Meanwhile, the Burgundians controlled the region of Burgundy in eastern France, while the Lombards ruled in northern Italy. These kingdoms were often at war with each other, and it wasn't until the reign of Clovis, his grandson, Dagobert V, that the Franks were able to defeat all of these other kingdoms and establish control over much of modern-day France and Germany. He ruled from 623 to 639, and during his reign, he made Paris the capital of the Frankish kingdom instead of Soissons. Paris would remain the capital of France even to this day. Under Dagobert I, the Merovingian dynasty reached the height of its power, but after him, the dynasty fell apart.
Y'all pay attention to him saying they took over what is called today modern-day France and Germany. Understand this. The world's most wealthiest family is from Germany. They own all the banking.
That's where that World Economic Forum is out of, too.
Yes, sir.
Davos. Charles Schwab.
Charles Schwab. Yes, sir.
You will own nothing and be happy.
Yes, sir. He a
And
relative.
he's married to a Rothschild.
Yeah, come on.
And he owned real estate and property out in Dallas, Texas.
Why y'all think he stepped? Why y'all think he stepped down?
Oh yeah, go ahead, tell us, baby.
Why y'all think he stepped down? It ain't because he ready to retire or he tired or he getting old. He going into hiding. Why y'all think it's so much emphasis and eyes being set on Greenland? These heathens is trying to run into their bunkers.
For the coming of the just one.
They look, they getting out. These 10 kings are preparing to get ready to get their kingdom or their rule 1 hour with the beast so they can give over their power to the beast.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the stage is being set for the Antichrist to be revealed, people.
Mm-hmm. We will have 1 hour with the beast.
He stepped down just because, oh man, I'm tired of this. I'm fed
Hold
up.
on, Hebrew.
I don't like where this is going.
Get that Obadiah chapter 1. Well, it is one chapter. Read that 4 and 5, and possibly 6.
Yes,
Because
sir.
so this is what this is all about. Trump don't want to hand over power, Hebrew, and that's the message. I'm gonna show you something because I told you there's some infighting going on, and somebody upset. Come on,
Somebody
read that right
upset?
there. Yeah, read that right there.
It's a power struggle, right?
Right.
Obadiah 1 and verse 4, and it says, though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Most High.
It's time to sit down, but he don't want to sit down. Go ahead.
Now, come on. If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Would they not have stolen thy till they had enough? If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought out?
Ain't we in the hidden things of Esau right now?
Come on out.
Ain't it been sought out?
Yes, sir. And we still
how they watching this live right now? How is these two little niggas figuring out our plan? Go ahead, keep reading.
Keep reading that, Obadiah.
Yeah, it's a part I want.
All right, verse 7, it says, all the men of thy confederacy have
That's the part I want. That's the one I want right there. Go ahead.
All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread. Prevail. Yes, sir. Prevail. Yes, sir.
He finna sit down. Now, remember what the Simpsons predicted, and they ain't missed yet. About him.
He getting assassinated.
They ain't missed. But go ahead, Hebrew. I'm gonna be quiet.
Look, and they tell, come on, and they telling you, see, in the Da Vinci Code, right? I'm gonna finish this. Let me finish this. And have prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him.
Trump ain't got no understanding. That's why he finna sit down. They're gonna sit him down.
They don't sit him down. He got to. Right. I want y'all to pay attention to these movies. Right. In the Da Vinci Code, the woman who is supposed to be the woman that was being saved and searched out, this woman is the last surviving bloodline member of the Merovingian family. Last surviving member. In all of these movies, these not Ethiopian, but I'm forgetting the word. Euphoric. All these euphoric movies, these end of the world movies where they have women presidents, the woman king. They showing you something. They showing you something.
Kamala Harris
is the Antichrist
a woman?
Gonna be not a woman, but a transformer?
Oh, did not the scripture say, Daniel, he won't desire a woman?
Huh?
This is why they pushing the LGBT, LMNOP, QRSTUV.
They already passed the law. If you speak out against it, it's hate speech.
It's hate speech.
You can go to jail.
Hey, I was saying that when I saw that, and I've been on our platform before they took the channel away. I taught that. I said, Don't be surprised that he a homosexual. And they say, people like, what you mean? I read it there. He would not desire a woman. What? He don't desire women? What kind of man is this? Ain't that what they push in their movies? Tyler Perry.
Yep.
Huh? Okay, then. I digress.
Yep. Let's get back to the video.
Let me explain. You see, after Dagobert I died, his kingdom was split up among his sons, and this caused a civil war between the different Frankish nobles, and eventually the mayors of the palace took over the kingdom. Who were the mayors of the palace? Well, they were royal officials who were in charge of managing the king's household, and as the Frankish kings became weaker and weaker, the mayors of the palace gained more and more power. Eventually, in 751, the mayor of the palace, Pepin the Short, overthrew the last Merovingian king and established a new dynasty known as the Carolingian dynasty. This marked the end of the Merovingian dynasty, but the Carolingians were only supposed to rule for 4 generations, and after that, the bloodline was supposed to go back to the Merovingians. But when that happened, things got a little messy. After Pepin the Short died, his son Charlemagne took over, and he would become one of the most famous rulers in history. He expanded the Frankish kingdom into what is now France, Germany, Austria, Belgium, the Netherlands, and parts of Switzerland, northern Italy, and Spain. He was also responsible for the creation of the Carolingian Renaissance, which was a cultural and intellectual movement that took place in Europe during the 9th century. Charlemagne was a devout Christian, and he worked to spread Christianity throughout his kingdom. He also established schools and monasteries, and he encouraged the translation of ancient texts into the vernacular languages. After Charlemagne died in 814, his empire was divided among his grandsons, and this led to a series of civil wars known as the Treaty of Verdun. The outcome of this treaty was that France, Germany, and Italy became separate kingdoms, and this led to the decline of the Carolingian dynasty. By the middle of the 10th century, the dynasty had completely fallen apart, and there were no more heirs left. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Merovingian dynasty was supposed to take the throne again after the Carolingians. But that didn't happen right away. In fact, it didn't happen for another 100 years. You see, after the Treaty of Verdun, the French nobles chose a distant cousin of Charlemagne named Hugh Capet to be the king of France. This marked the beginning of the Capetian dynasty. So the Merovingians were supposed to take the throne back in 987, but Hugh Capet was still king. So what happened? Well, here's where things get a little confusing. You see, the last male member of the Carolingian dynasty was named Louis the Child. He was the son of Charles the Bald, and he had 2 daughters, Adelaide and Gerberga. When Louis died in 875, his widow married a man named Boso, who was the Count of Arles, and together they had a son named Boso the Elder. Now, some historians claim that Boso was the illegitimate son of Louis the Child, while others claim that he was the legitimate son of Boso and Louis's widow. But either way, when Adelaide and Gerberga died, Boso the Elder inherited the title of King of the Franks. So now we have Boso the Elder as the last Carolingian and Hugh Capet as the first Capetian. But there was another claimant to the throne, and that was a descendant of Clovis named Robert the Pious. He was a duke in the region of Burgundy, and he claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne. So now we have 3 claimants to the throne, Boso the Elder, Hugh Capet, and Robert the Pious. And it seems like Robert the Pious was the most popular claimant, because in 973 he was chosen as the king of the Franks by the nobles. So now the Capetians were done for, right? Wrong. You see, Robert the Pious died in 996, and his son, the future King Robert II, was only 6 years old when he inherited the throne. So his mother, Adelaide of Italy, acted as regent until he came of age. But she was unpopular with the nobles, so they turned to Hugh Capet and made him co-regent. And this led to a civil war between the supporters of the 2 factions.
That's exactly how a world war is going to start in days, through a civil war. Let me show you. I'm gonna bring it KGVA.
Hold on, Hebrew. So when before you even said Civil War, that's what I was just pondering on. I was like, well, they had the problem with the plan right now is taking power from the West. When I mean by the West, I mean the European powers, especially. Well, it ain't. Well, let me say it like this: when I mention the West, I'm talking about Babylon the Great, America, right?
Right.
Because see, America, brothers and sisters, has a thing in play called the Constitution, the right to bear arms, and all of that. And you have strong, powerful families within America that knows what's going on, and I think they're trying to fight against the inedible. You get what I'm saying, Hebrew?
Mm-hmm.
So I think what you're seeing, like with these, starting with that boy out there in Texas, where he stabbed that twin. You get what I'm saying? That black boy that stabbed that white boy, that white twin.
Yeah.
You remember them black twins that came up dead in Georgia?
Uh-huh.
And them black twins in Mississippi that drowned, then they find out it's a homicide.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going somewhere with this.
Yes, sir.
I think they trying to spark up infighting in between the citizens of America, especially black and white.
Yep.
Is that where you going with this?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Look, they even put out a movie called what? Civil War.
And that movie Sinners. It has some subliminals in it if you ain't seen it yet.
Yes, sir.
Oh, go ahead, Hebrew.
Yes, sir. Bring it out,
In that movie Civil War, they even put in subliminal messages about us going back home.
Mm-hmm.
At the beginning of the movie, when that ship pulled up with the lion on it. Well, it said lion. But that's another story for another time. That's another for another time.
And see, people,
but go ahead,
look,
Hebrew.
You hear us brothers on here talk about there are hidden messages in these movies, right? You're told to watch and pray. Not only watch what's going on in the world, but watch what the world is presenting to you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be so. I'm not gonna say over righteous. Don't be so righteous to where you think you can't watch a movie. You can watch some movies, right? You know, try to refrain from it on the Shabbat, especially if it ain't got nothing to do with the Messiah, right? As long as you're not watching nothing unrighteous. As long as you're not putting it before the Most High. Have your entertainment. But within that entertainment, also draw from it something that you can apply wisdom to and something that you can achieve a higher understanding from that pertains to educating and edifying your people and to your higher spiritual understanding of the scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, we talking about civil war, right? This is 2nd Ezra chapter 13 and verse 29. It says, behold, the days come when the Most High will begin to deliver them that are upon the earth. And he shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth. And one shall undertake to fight against another.
Mm-hmm.
One city against another.
Uh-huh.
One place against another. One people against another. And one realm against another. Mm-hmm. That's civil war.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Hebrew, and it also goes into deeper detail in what 2nd Ezra 16 or 15, where it said, Man gonna desire to go into a city and can't. And also it talks about they'll be spoiling your house, looking for something for bread to eat. And also it says, what else it say? It said something else. It'll be sedition, great insurrection amongst men. That's civil war.
Civil war. Right here, let's read it. 2nd Ezra, chapter 15, verse 14. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein, for the sword and their destruction draweth nigh, and one people shall stand up to fight against another, and swords in their hands.
Well, guns in their hand.
Guns in their hand, yes, sir. And there shall be sedition among men, and invading one another. They shall not regard their kings, presidents, nor princes, vice presidents, and the course of their actions shall stand in their power. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able. For because of their pride, the city shall be troubled, the houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid. A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation.
Great tribulation. So this is what we at right now.
Yes, sir.
Why you think the Most High let this heathen put the terrorists? It's already here, basically.
Yes,
it's just looking for the right. Okay, if y'all don't think it's here, you ain't never seen a Negro take out a police officer over killing a loved one. Now we just saw that.
Yes, sir.
Now he putting the spirit on Judah right there. I'm just saying.
Yes, sir.
Y'all better look at what you better look at everything with a spiritual eye. Like
who shall stand up for me against the evildoers?
Most High showing us something right now. See, stupid. Here's the thing, Hebrew, and we say this all the time, but we saying this, we be saying it. Yeah, look, we at the door. We close, y'all. We ain't got long. We at the door. This thing for the. We just looking for somebody to light the doggone fuse to set the bomb off. That's all we waiting on. And we here.
We here. It's about to belly up.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
All right. I ain't gonna finish that video. I'm gonna go ahead and get into this because for time's sake, right? Y'all understand that the Merovingian do your homework. Matter of fact. Let me share this link. I shared all the other videos. What's going on here? What's going on?
Now here's the thing, Tubi.
I'm gonna do this.
Will it be civil war first, then the Antichrist? Because I think that's what they're trying to do. I
think it will be civil war and then the Antichrist, and then once the children of Israel get back into the land, it will be world war.
Because it said Isaiah, we be leaving here on eagle's wing. I mean, on not eagle's wing, but doves like and windows, something like that. Yeah. Something like
flying
that.
Flying as doves to their windows. Isaiah 60.
What I was thinking.
Why does you don't want to let me share? Interesting. Let me see some. There it is. Okay. That was weird. All right. So this right here, right? Let me share this also in the chat. All right. This is Warning Illuminati by WordPress.com, right? The most powerful man in the world, the Black Pope. It says, so you thought you were pretty well informed by now. And I did some on this a couple years ago. And I think it was 2023, the beginning of 2023, something like that. And the video was stricken because I believe I played a video on there and it said something about medical misinformation. So I made sure to leave out any videos about anything pertaining to medicine or, needles or, viruses of any type of sort. Because all of this stuff was invented and created and put out by these same people that we've been reading about. Same people. All right. I said, so you thought you were pretty well informed by now about all the main players on the conspiracy playing field, right? The Merovingian, the Bloodline, Illuminati, family, all this, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. You've maybe been hearing for years about or bumped into on your own the various elements of society who control our world from behind the scenes. So this video right here, I think I was able to, I want to say I was able to play it, or I found it on YouTube and played it through YouTube. But you see now that this video that they have on here, even the account that's associated with the video has been terminated. Right? So the name of the video is called "The Black Pope is the President of the World." Right? And it says he is the most powerful man on earth who rule over maritime laws or business. He controls the banking system, Freemasonry, and the secret services, the CIA, FBI, NSA, the SIS, MI6, the Scotland Yard, the Mossad, the CSIS, the DGSE, the FSB, all your alphabet boys is controlled by one man. And this ain't the man anymore. He, I think he got voted out or his time ran out or whatever. They only get so many years in this position in the Jesuit order, right? It says the Vatican owns 60% of all Israel lands and the land of the Temple Mount for their third Solomon's temple where they want their throne. He is a part of the Arcanorum, controlled by the papal bloodlines within the Aimori. Right? What is the Arcanorum, whatever. Arcanorum. Right? It's what it say? He is a part of the Arcanorum controlled by the papal bloodlines, right? Arcanorum translate to the mystery of mysteries, or the secret of secrets. It refers to the ultimate, most hidden secret or truth, often associated with occult practices like astrology. Oh, y'all, look at, this is my sign. Yeah, nah, that's occult. Astrology, alchemy, and magic. In a broader context, it can describe the most profound or hidden knowledge or understanding in any field. All right. Back to it. It says these bloodlines are the omega point of control. These are the Farnese, Orsini, Aldobrandini, Samaglia, and Breakspear. Their war room command center is within the Borgo Santo Spirito, which is missile protected. Victor Emmanuel IV wanted to nuke this region of Rome. Henry Breakspear and Pepe Orsini are in high control. Jesuit assistancy soldier James Grummer controls the United States Corporation.
Pause. Could this be why we got an American Pope right now?
Yes, sir. Very much so, Hebrew.
So if they can't get it politically, they're going to go through the Pope. So this is why they nominated American Pope.
It is said that the Antichrist will be a religious and political leader. He will be a religious and a political leader. Yep. All right. It says Black Pope Adolfo Nicholas, which he's not. Let me see who's the Jesuit order leader. Here we go. Arturo, is that the same? No, okay. Yeah, he's not the leader anymore. It's this guy right here. Arturo Sosa. This guy. Right? This guy. See him right there? That ain't the same, man. No. There it is right there. Black Pope, White Pope. Black Pope, White Pope. And we're going to see he's not called the Black Pope for the color he wears or the color of his skin, clearly. Right? It says Black Pope Arturo Sosa. We're going to just institute the name. Arturo Sosa Jr., Superior General of the Society of Jesus, diabolical plan for a new world order. Number one, the superior general of the Jesuits, the Black Pope, and his 6 generals control the White Pope, Pope Benedict XVI, and the Vatican, right? The Illuminati, Zionists, globalist elites, Council on Foreign Relations, Bilderberg Group, Freemasons, Council of 300, and the Evil Council of Trent. Do your homework on all of this. The Jesuits control the Knights Templar. What? The Jesuits control the Knights Templar. Knights of Columbus and the Knights of Malta. Do your homework on the Knights of Malta.
You know, I did a lesson, I think it was 2023, about the Jesuit order and the Jesuit Pope. And you going over this right now.
Yes, sir. All praise.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
All right. It says number 4, the CIA, FBI, NSA, ASIO, MI5, MI6, NCIS, FSB, DGSE, Mossad, and every intelligence agency in the world are Masonic and controlled by the Jesuits. The Jesuits have infiltrated all governments and leaders like Obama, Rudd, Blair, Gentile, Sarkozy, Perez are only puppets that carry out Jesuit orders. Superiors general are elected by the general congregation of the society summoned upon the resignation, retirement, or death of an incumbent. So Adolfo Nicholas, he either retired or resigned because he's not dead. Maybe it was a forced resignation or retirement. They had the 86-47 him. Right? It says superior generals are elected for life. And almost all have served life terms. The exceptions being Pedro Arupe resigned for reasons of failing health, and his successor, Peter Hans Kovenbach. Kovenbach's resignation was announced in February 2006, which led to the convocation of the 35th General Congregation. So, like, that General Congregation elected the current or previous Superior General of the Society, Father, Father, call no man Father upon earth, Adolfo Nicholas, who succeeded Kovenbach. Right, and it goes here and it lists all of the 31 whatever generals. Right, it says the New World Order. Let me blow this up so y'all can see this. The New World Order is the global totalitarianism dream that a banker called Meyer Amschel Rothschild, y'all been hearing me throwing his name around, helped revive in 1760s to protect his private bank from global government regulation. His grand blueprint is best described by his paid social engineer called Dr. Adam Spartacus Weishaupt, professor of canon law in the University of Ingolstadt. Weishaupt adopted the term Illuminati. This nightmare is still sought after today by their family's descendants. Below is the outline Weishaupt set out for his banker financier master. Carefully notice the similarities between Karl Marx's 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto and Weishaupt's outline. Also, please read Communism and the New World Order. The blueprint for the New World Order is abolition of ordered governments, abolition of private property. What Charles Schwab say? You will own nothing and be happy. Abolition of inheritance, abolition of patriotism, abolition of the family, abolition of religion, a global population of 500 million, creation of a world government. Y'all think this stuff just make believe? Not in real talk. They really conjuring this stuff up. And we see. This is what the G20 and all these world summits they be at, the UN, these meetings they be having. This is what this stuff is about. This is what it's about. And while they doing this, Israel is out here being so damn stupid, arguing about doctrine, arguing about a name. What's the right name? Should we be keeping the law? Should we be wearing fringes? What day we supposed to keep the Sabbath? Is it sun up to sun up or sundown to sundown? We arguing over stupid crap. While these folks is behind the scenes planning your destruction. Get it together. Right? It says Meyer Amschel Rothschild, 1828, allowed me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I care not who writes the laws. Even a 4-year-old can understand that people with control of money write the laws. Some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of something. They know that there is power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. Woodrow Wilson. We don't care. Curse be ye. We don't care. All right, it says, so who is this subtle, complete, organized power that Wilson is talking about? The answer to that, my friends, is the Jesuits. Who are the Jesuits, you may ask? Aren't they just missionaries, priests, and general do-gooders who established schools, universities, and pride themselves in being pillars in the community? No. If so, then why was the Jesuit order abolished in over 80 countries in 1773? JEC, that's just a Jesuit, right? Shepherd states that between 1555 and 1931, the Society of Jesus, that is the Jesuit order, was expelled from at least 83 countries, city-states, and cities for engaging in political intrigue and subversion plots against the welfare of the state, according to the records of a Jesuit priest of repute, Thomas J. Campbell. Practically every instance of expulsion was for political intrigue, political infiltration, political subversion, and inciting to political insurrection. They are overlords of chaos. How do you get a new world order? What's their motto? Novo Ordo Seclorum. Order out of chaos. That's not the frame. That's not the term. That's New World Order. But order out of chaos is their motto for the New World Order. Order out of chaos. Right? It says, in a nutshell, the Jesuits are warlords, assassins, teachers, infiltrators, tyrants. They tried their hand at global domination with the League of Nations. Do your homework on League of Nations. But it failed. Now they are trying again under a new name, the United Nations. And it's about to work. What people are not understanding is that the Jesuits command the White Pope and the Vatican City, Obama, Bush's, Clinton's, Blair's, Perez, Rudd, Gentile, Sarkozy, Medvedev, and frankly, every government on earth, including the Evil Council of Trent, the CFR, Council of Foreign Relations, Illuminati, the Zionists, the Bilderberg Group, the Freemasons, the Knights of Malta, the Knights of Columbus, the Knights Templar, the Council of 300, and every intelligence organization in the world all have ties to the Jesuit order, and more specifically, the Superior General of the Jesuits, known as the Black Pope, Arturo Sosa Jr., because Adolfo Nicholas has resigned, who as of January 19, 2008, succeeded Peter Hans Kovenbach as the 30th Superior Jesuit General of the Jesuit Order. Right? Said the following material contained in Congressional Record House Bill 1523, contested election case of Eugene C. Bunnywell against Stas S. Butler, February 15, 1913, pages, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. The oath appears in its entirety in the book, The Suppressed Truth About the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln, right? I'm not about to read this oath because I ain't taking no oath. The only oath I take is to serve the Most High with all of my heart, with all of my might, with all of my soul. That is it, right? All of that was the oath, right? All of this is the oath, and then it goes into questions and answers, and I ain't gonna get into all of that. Like all of this, you know what I mean? Y'all can go and read all of this. It's very, very important information. You read it. I ain't gonna read it all because we probably already at the 4-hour mark, and I'm getting tired. But y'all go and read that. I'll put the link in the chat. Read that. Right? I may revisit it next week when I deal with the Merovingians, because who knows? This Arturo Sosa, he could possibly be offspring of the Merovingian, or in the Prairie of Zion. Who knows? But now he is the president of the world. And when he was elected, he was elected for life. So he's in there until he die, or until he resigns. All right. And I pray y'all got some understanding. That's all I got. Ebru, you got anything you want to add before we get up out of here? He dipped. All right. So let me stop sharing it. I pray this thing was edifying. Pray y'all got some understanding. Look into this stuff, man. Everything that I shared tonight, write it down. Or go back and rewatch. Write it down and, do your own research. Do your homework. Get into these things, man. We into revealing the untold secrets of darkness. You shed light on darkness, and look, the darkness got to flee. Got to get up out of here. Right? But like I said, I pray this thing was edifying. Pray the Most High keep y'all. May He guard y'all and bless y'all in y'all sleep. And give y'all increase in understanding. Maybe give y'all a visitation and a revelation in your dreams. More understanding about Him, His laws, and His kingdom. And empower y'all through the Ruach. May we all pray for an indwelling of the Ruach, especially coming upon this Feast of Pentecost in 3 weeks. Like I said, pray this thing was edifying. I pray y'all be blessed. Shalom.